going on, YouTube world? Insert Revolution podcast, episode 18. We're at the doorstep. I'm Dave. He's Steve. He's Ed, Wesker Griff. Hopefully tonight we'll be talking a little about Christmas gifts or whatever you celebrate during the holiday season. What to get the hobbyist in your life. I will give credit to who I sort of ran with it off of, and I was absolutely stunned to see this particular outfit have a video I cared and actually watched for the full lengthy time. But do we have any sponsors tonight, Steve?
Always.
Head for the mountains. Coors Light. And
I drink and I know things. Is that what that says?
We're about to embark on an episode of premium advice, free of charge.
Premium content.
So we say, it's then again, I found out something interesting about myself last night during, not last night, Sunday night, during Carlos's podcast with the meat. Supposedly, I'm the foul-mouthed guy. And I was trying to sit there and go, wait a minute. I usually do pretty good. Now, the later in the evening as it goes, I do have a tendency to go on profanity-laced tirades, I think. I'm pretty sure I do. Ed could probably concur or not. Because I know he watches every waking moment of this thing that we do every Tuesday for who knows for how long.
I'm addicted.
It's better than crack, right? Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Both will send you to the hospital, though. One to the actual ER and one to the mental hospital.
Well, I've already been there a few times.
There's very few podcasts. What other podcasts on the planet can talk about the intricacies of this hobby and define this of church's chicken? Very, very, very slim and done. Very few.
Well, we are the only ones, so let's be real.
Got to toe that fine line.
But then again, that's because we do stuff and things and stuff. So we never know which path we're going to take. Which like I always say, and I know Dave has alluded to this. This really does feel a lot like the blog days, just hanging out, chit chatting. And the one nice thing that's come out of 2020 is the fact that we've been able to do this, and I give Dave credit for convincing me somehow to do this. I don't know why I agreed. But on the flip side, I look forward to this every week. It doesn't matter how crappy my day is at work. It's one of those in which I know come Tuesday night, hanging out, whether we have guests on or not, we're going to have interesting conversation and a few good laughs. And that's what all makes it worth it. And, the guys that always come and hang out and sit and play along, I guess. No bingo tonight. There's no bingo. I didn't see the card being passed around this evening. So there will be no bingo tonight. Sorry, Carlos. I hate to burst your bubble because I'm sure he'll be popping in here at some point conveniently.
Yeah, when Amit said that the other night, you're the foul-mouthed one. I'm like, holy shit, what am I then? I'm not reciting scriptures or anything when we're on.
You're the radical one.
I'm the Perry Saturn of the group.
You're the cardboard radical.
There you go. Oh, hashtag cardboard radical. I like it. Copyright that shit, Dave. Copyright it.
A new moniker.
Oh, jeez. Ay.
It's gotten colder here, too, so it sucks. Sunday night, it was like 5 or 6 below. or what was it, Monday? It was pretty cold. It was windy. Today it got up to like 10 or 12, but it's still windy and cold. And
hopefully you don't have to get oil when it snows.
I've got propane as my heating source. So they came in yesterday, I think, which is good because I know a lot of people have their thermostats set above 70. Mine never goes higher than 67 ever. I don't want to get all the way up to 69 because that's just a number that.
Mine's at 74 right now.
You'll start sweating when it goes up to 69.
But
it's the good kind of sweat.
Yeah.
I almost made you spit it. I almost made you lose the beer. That is my objective for the evening. Knowing that you are drinking a beer is for you to lose the beer.
I laugh a lot during the podcast too. Like when I rewatch them, if I don't catch it live, I will watch it on the archive. And usually I can count on it every week. There's always maybe a 30-minute part of the episode where I'm just fucking dying. It's just there will be something that happens. It'll just be so funny. Or when something maybe really gets Dave going, really fires him up.
No.
He'll drop I think a couple episodes ago he used the word Methuselah.
Yeah, Dave gives me crap about my nomenclature. And he busts out with, Methuselah and, diatribes and just put up the dictionary. I told you this earlier, Dave. Just put up the dictionary for the evening. You're good. Everybody knows you're not that smart. It's okay. Just kidding, Dave. I love you.
If my English teacher were alive, she'd be proud of me using all the vocab words from the weekly tests because I remember a lot of those, and that helps me now at least give off the appearance that I have some sort of intelligence. But when you actually watch the pickup videos and you're picking up Jason Morrow, you're fucking dumb. You can just shut up, you.
It could always be worse.
How?
I was trying to think of something, and you caught me off guard. I'm going to pass that on to Ed. What could be worse than Jason Morrow? Come on. Help me out here.
Roberto Ozuna, Lonzo Ball. You know where I'm going with this, Dave.
Bill Cosby.
Who?
Bill Cosby.
I thought that's what you said.
He has cards.
Oh, there's always the possibility.
Well, just
put
in Gary V, and then you've got your correct terminology for 2020.
Jefe, would you say I have a plethora of piñatas?
How stupid has the hobby been in 2020?
Stupid. There is not a word that I have been able to locate in the dictionary that describes 2020 from the hobby perspective.
I've never seen such a titanic shift in just from 2019 in the hobby to 2020. And I know with everything going on with the pandemic and everything, I mean, there's all these outside factors that play into it, but the amount of change that has just happened is just batshit crazy.
It's good for the hobby. There's good things that come out of this, and I know I may be off my rocker for saying that, just because it has brought a lot of visibility to it. And for those of us who have been doing this for as long as what most of us have, for the pure enjoyment of it, that, this is a hobby and it is our collection, it's nice to know that unless the bottom falls out, we have something for, at least my kids or Dave's kids. Ed, I don't know where your collection would go, who you would bequeath it to in the event of your untimely passing. Yes, I'm trying to be politically correct here. I know that's crazy to think, but it's early. It's early. I'm only on beer number 1, so give me some time. That'll change. Knowing that, there is some sort of financial positivity that'll come out of it because of what's currently transpiring in 2020. The flip side of that, though, is the fact that I went to the hobby shop for the first time on Sunday, and I didn't go to my normal one because they're not open on Sundays. And I took my kiddo with me, and I went specifically for supplies. I needed penny sleeves, and I needed a few boxes, 300 count boxes and stuff, because as I've been doing my sorting and stuff, I'm putting together sets or attempting to put together sets and documenting what cards I'm missing and things along those lines. And not once in my entire life, outside of, Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh, seeing that in a hobby shop, which that is a retail product, going into a hobby shop and you see more retail than you see hobby. And the prices are just fucking stupid. And then there's Bob Lewis. Perfect timing. Hi there, Bob. How are you, sir?
Let's start talking about stupid stuff.
There's Bob.
That was like a seamless transition.
I planned that. Come on, man. I'm a genius.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not.
You should have been a producer of like a show or something.
No. I'd be fired after the first day because have you watched this content before?
What's up, Paul?
So what are they? What's your LCS charging, Steve? Like double SRP, triple SRP?
So I didn't pay too much attention to it, but they had like Mosaic Football Jumbo, like for $40.
That's double.
And I saw a couple 2020, was it Topps Update or Top Series 2, whatever it was, that I don't even remember what they were listed as, but I was cringing just looking at the prices. I'm going, this is freaking stupid. And I was trying to be nice. I asked Dave if he needed anything because I was going for supplies, and he needed a couple of things of top loaders. So I went ahead and picked him up. He actually needed more, but for the price, I told him, I was like, dude, I got you too. I'm not getting any more. They were $5.25 a pop.
It's cheaper than where I'm at. They're like
but still,
yeah.
I don't ever. So my normal shop now, I understand plastic has kind of gone up, so I expect there to be a slight price increase. I get it, I do. But my normal shop that I usually go to, I could pick up top loaders all day long for $250, $3 all day long. Now it's been a while, but to see them at $5.25, I about shit myself. I'm like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
The crazy thing about those blaster box at your LCS or like the Mosaic stuff, new people coming into the hobby, I think like all of us here, all four of us, we've been in this hobby for such a really long time, quite a while. Like, I think all of us kind of to some extent underestimate the influx of new people coming into the hobby. So they think this shit's the norm. Like, oh, that's the $40 blaster. That's a good price. That's a bargain. It's on eBay for $60. This is great. Like, and that's like, no, man, like a year ago, you can find this stuff so easily in the store. Like nobody gave a shit. Like you can just pick it up. It's like, It's just, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Do you know, like, there's people here in Philly that are like camping out at like Target for like WNBA Prism because like some of the singles for WNBA Prism are like just stupid. They're like real expensive. Like,
well, I saw JT had picked up one that Inesco or whatever for the Liberty. I think she's like the first pick. And again, I'm not a WNBA savant by any stretch of the imagination.
Sure, you aren't.
I love layups, but I know he had said something. I don't know if that was one down in Dallas he had picked up, and she went to Oregon, I think, and that was like over $200 for that card. I'm like, what? What gender or dimension are we living in? Because this is absolutely ludicrous.
And then you also say, some people might get pissed off at this, but whatever. You also say people, new people in the hobby and people who've been in the hobby for a while, opening like blasters of stuff that they don't give a shit about. Like, they don't watch the sport. They don't know any of the players. They couldn't name you like 5 players in the league. Like, you got people open hockey who like never watch hockey, or like people doing, like the whole WNBA thing. You got people open that like I said, you had people camping out to get that. I'm like, well, how many of these dudes are like diehard NBA fans?
Right.
They're all like, most of them are probably like speculators because the prices are just so crazy. Then you have NASCAR, people going apeshit for that. There's dudes I know who are opening like Magic and Pokemon, who I'm like, I don't think they've ever in their life showed interest in this, but dude, that's where we're at now.
People just want to open that.
Fucking go to the Target and camp out to get that stuff.
Don't think so. We have a neighbor around the corner who comes in. We hang out from time to time. Not so much now because it's cold. And by cold, I don't mean Dave's cold, because that's just like stupid cold. But she's a stalker at Walmart. And she's responsible for, she stocks the cereal aisle. And she works from like 2 to 11 or whatever. I have seriously thought about asking her, hey, and this is just for me to be able to open some Prism or some Mosaic, because I haven't opened product in forever. Hey, do you know when they stock the cards? I'm not this douchebag. I'm not going to come out there and clean it all out. I don't even know if they have the sign posted where it's like one SKU per. I just want to know. So I can sit there and go, okay, I want to open at least one thing of Prism, one thing of Mosaic, because I've never opened it before, ever. And just to say I've opened it. And at the one-off chance that, Ed, if you were looking for something that you couldn't find, Bob couldn't find something, that's something different. I would pick up stuff for other people before I would pick it up for myself. Because I'm been buying mostly singles these days, but I would love to be able to say, hey, I finally opened some fucking Mosaic, or I've opened some Prism.
Yeah, like this. I was going to show this later. Topps Chrome. This is the only blaster box that I got the entire year, and it was because Mike O happened to message. He gave me a call. He said, hey, I'm at Target right now. They just put these out. Do you want one? I said, fuck yeah, I want one.
Yeah.
Please. I can't find them anywhere.
I remember my wife's.
It.
She was out shopping and she snapped a picture and sent it to me. Is this good? Should I get it? It was a picture of a Topps Chrome blaster that she found at Barnes and Nobles. I was like, what? Yes, get it. Yes,
buy them all. Buy them all.
Right.
And get the membership discount. The 20.
Stop at Starbucks.
Well, that's what I showed. I think I showed Steven Bob the picture of like the Topps update. I got a mega box and then 2 fat packs of Upper Deck Hockey.
Yep.
And I just had seen them at Target, and then she sent me another picture, I think today, about 11. There's a Donruss football set, and then some of the just like regular upper deck hockey. And so I said, grab a couple hockey, but there they've got the 2 per customer thing. So I would have said buy every backpack of hockey, because again, I will try to get that Lafreniere because I don't want that. I'd want it to flip so I can get more brodeurs or more stuff that I want. But that's usually the key with me, that if there's something hot, I want to get it to move it for stuff I do want.
What are they selling for on eBay?
They're a couple hundred, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're cooled down below. I don't know if they're like 150 to 180, but they're still obviously desirable that people are grabbing them and wanting them. So it's like, well, even if you get the acetate one or the canvas, I don't know if that's hobby only. But,
No, canvas is in retail too.
Yep.
So
yeah, to tell you how non impressed, I guess, or money hungry. So my wife went to Walmart, and I've only recently started asking her to start checking the card aisle. Normally I wouldn't care, but I had been jonesing to open Mosaic or Prism just to say I've finally opened some. And as she was looking, I was like, this is what I'm looking for specifically. And I was like, what do they have? She's like, well, they got a crap ton of Yu-Gi-Oh! They've got some Topps baseball. And I'm like, I didn't go into specifics. She's like, oh, but they have some Prism NASCAR. And I'm going, no, I get it. Everybody's going to be jonesing for Prism, but it's like, no. I could have been that douchebag and been like, you know what? Pick it all up. To be one of those people. But I'm like, no, I can't do that. That defeats the whole purpose of all of this. I want to be able to open something that I would enjoy. And yes, I know this is crazy. Even if they had upper deck hockey, I would probably get some. Yes. All because of what's his name to turn around. No.
Don't act like you don't know his name.
I don't remember it. To be able to turn around, sell it, and then pick up some rare TD stuff, because I don't care about hockey.
You're lucky your wife found even that. Like, see, compared to the three of you, like I live in like a major metropolitan area, so there's literally nothing. Like, that's why I really like the 1 per or the 2 per. I know our Target does like a 1 per. All of them do it now. And I really like that because it gives everyone a fair chance to at least get something. Like, because in our area, we got it's really, really bad. I don't want to try to sound like I'm like being a pitchman or trying to like sell you on like a dystopian thing here. But like we got like a group, like I would say a gang, not a gang, like a network,
a gaggle
of people that come from New York, upstate New York, all the way down to Wilmington, Delaware on I-95 that hits every Target within, I would say, a 10-mile radius of the exit ramp for all the stops. And they're always there on clockwork. It's like punching in, punching out on the clock. And they put in the work, like they go hardcore for it. So, I mean, it is what it is. But at least with that 1 per, 2 per, like a local person at least has a local collector or someone who wants to just buy a damn blaster box of cards has at least a fair shake to maybe get one at least. I haven't found shit.
Your brother did, though.
Yeah, he found that Topps update. Like Steve, you were saying, bunch of Topps update and I think Scott Gary, he was saying his Target had a bunch of Topps update. Like my brother found the 2 megas. Now the megas are exclusive to Target. They're like bigger than an actual blaster box. They're $40. It's 16 packs.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, hold on. Does he have it? Yeah, it's that. And there was two or three of them, I think he said. And the same thing that you do, Steve, with your wife, where you're like, hey, if you're going to Target, if there's any cards, let me know. I do the same with my brother. I'm like, hey, if you're at Target or Walmart, just check the card aisle, see if there's anything there. You never know. So he goes and he finds 3 update megas. And he called me. He's like, hey, do you want one of these? I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll take one. So he's like a Funko Pop guy. So he goes back to the DVD, Blu-rays, video game aisle, look at the Funko Pops. He has a shopping cart with him because he's doing, I think, Christmas shopping. So he goes to look for the Funko Pops, and he leaves the car unattended, which you wouldn't normally think that's like I'd be absent-minded to maybe do that too. I mean, who the hell's gonna walk by and take an update mega? But it happened.
Wow.
2020, baby.
Wow.
Killer Be Killed, Lol the Jungle up in here.
Crazy.
That's just jacked up.
Lol the Jungle.
Wow.
Yeah, it's for Topps updated, where that's one of the weakest they've had in quite a long time.
Yeah, Randy Arozarena is like the big rookie in there. I mean, it's not really that strong of a class, but nothing stays on the shelf around here. It just automatically will sell. Like, there was dudes like that were fighting over Topps Fire, like when that came out. I'm like, you know, then the news came out that Target's no longer accepting returns for any cards. So I was like, you're gonna get screwed. You better go down the Vaseline aisle next, fellas.
Yeah, that's the first stuff I think I've really seen, besides like the two these 2 packs of the MVP hockey sitting here. That's those 2, but everything else, I think March was the last time I'd seen something. Again, I'm not going there once a week, once every couple of weeks or whatever, but I mean, you see jack shit. All you saw over the summer was those Topps or Panini stickers, like the old sticker books we'd have as kids.
Or
It's
Star
like,
Wars.
literally, that's all they had. I'm like, what the hell is this good for? Nothing. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't care about that stuff. I mean, as a
I
kid,
actually bought some Top stickers, baseball, just like that pack with Judge on it, and it's got like, I don't know, 30 or 40 little stickers in it. Just I don't think there's actually anything in there. It'll probably just get stuff I'll put in people's care packages or something, but something just like opening up a pack. Now, this, I will not open this. I'll put this on the shelf, but like that's something that, like Ed was saying, people are just buying something and opening it just because, like,
what was that, Garbage Pail Kids?
Yeah,
the Chrome, Garbage Pail Chrome.
Yeah.
3rd edition.
I love Garbage Pail Kids. I wish I still had mine from way back when. And we've talked about Garbage Pail Kids on this podcast before.
Oh yeah.
Go figure.
I think you've covered everything.
No, not everything. There's probably still a few things that we haven't covered yet.
Did you guys ever see those? They were like dinosaur cards that were like, but they would like be eating people in half and stuff, and like, what the heck were they called? Somebody in the comments might know.
Dinosaur cards.
Yeah, they had like beasts and stuff, and they were always like end of the world like scenarios and situations, and like people would be impaled by like a dinosaur tail. Oh, now you guys, the way you're looking at me, I gotta go find them.
Man, it just went like morbid.
Man, if they made that in Chrome, they'd be taking that off the shelf.
Yeah, I was going to say there'd be a mad dash for it all.
I'm waiting for All My Children, the old soap opera, to go out and like Prism or Chrome, have like a Susan Lucci autograph going for like $4,000. It's like, what the hell's going on with people? Yeah, I remember Garbage Pail like way, way back, like the first, second editions of that, and putting it on. I used to have like an old school desk in my bedroom as a kid.
Fishy.
Yep. I would go to the hobby shop with my, I don't know, $20 or whatever, and just go through all the varying series, and just pick up a crap ton of them. I love the hell out of them. I don't know why. Maybe that's why I'm messed up in the head. Maybe. I don't know.
Nostalgia. That's all it is. That's a lot of people don't have the nostalgia, and the money drives them.
That's a fair point too.
Including the three, along with myself, in the square of trust. Nostalgia is stuff that drives how we collect.
It's been interesting, me going through some of this stuff. Actually, Ed, you were about to talk, so I'm going to let you lead for a minute. I'm going to go actually grab a couple things, and you guys are probably going to think I'm lost my freaking mind. Oh, there they are. There's the dinosaurs.
Can you make me big?
I can't because I'm on a.
Yeah. He doesn't know how to do that, anyways.
Make me big.
I don't have.
I don't know what they are. They're just like.
They look like the Mars Attacks type of cards.
Yeah, I mean, essentially that's what they are. They're probably a ripoff of that.
It was funny what Steve was saying. Whenever you see like a major news outlet or like USA Today or some mainstream type of media, when they talk about the revival of sports cards, and they prey on that nostalgia, like, remember the 80s? Remember sports cards? It's like, dude, this stuff did not go away. Like, it's been pretty vibrant the last couple of years. I mean, not the crazy prices that we see now, but.
Do you remember when you put baseball cards in your bicycle spikes? Well, yeah, everybody did that, but nobody does it anymore. And if you do, you're going to get kicked in the head. I mean, it's not like 1988 came and then baseball cards are just like vanishing, and then all of a sudden Gary V and his legions of superstars came in, and it's like baseball cards are back and better than ever. What? No.
Hey man, don't mess with the leaders.
I can still remember that first interview on ESPN that he had one morning. What was it like? I don't know if it was Dan Patrick's show or what, where he was talking about sports cards being like an investment. I didn't even know who he was.
Speculating. No one ever uses, like, none of the mainstream media people ever use that word, or like when they talk, like, or even like the social influencers. Like, they always say invest in. That's why I love poking fun at it. It's speculated. I mean, if you're in for that, that's cool. I do some of that too myself. I'm not going to lie. I buy some stuff just to, sell it, potentially sell it down the line to add to get more elusive stuff for the collection. So
some of my marble.
That's cool.
Inserts and parallels that I kind of started.
Some Lady Death. I wonder why I collected these growing up.
Maybe because of the big boobs.
I had a thing with albino ladies with white hair.
Put some hand sanitizer on after touching that card.
I got some.
But I always thought these were cool
cards here. This has got to be the worst name ever for a superhero. Forearm. And he just has 4 arms.
I'm pretending I'm Daddy.
What? Nobody can pretend to be me.
Okay, so I'm glad everybody's sitting down. Everybody ready for this?
I pretend I'm her.
Fedorov?
Roger.
Yeah, that's Federer. It's not going to pull up. It's serial number to 99. But I got one better than that.
I'm a girl.
Pete Sampras?
That's Djokovic.
I'm a girl with a hat.
That's numbered to 25.
Girl with a hat.
Djokovic?
Yep. From Serbia. Used to be number 1 player in the world.
Who's the other one? Nadal? He's the other one.
is a solid addition to your portfolio.
Well, what's interesting, so back when, and this has been a long time ago, my old card shop, before he basically closed down the brick and mortar shop and went strictly online, he had a shit ton of boxes. And I had the opportunity. He was like, I need to move this crap. So I was selling boxes there for a while. And he was paying me a percentage of whatever I sold. And I reinvested a lot of that money into rebuying some of those boxes just to open stuff that I had never opened before. And for those people who had me bust open boxes, most of the stuff, they didn't want the base. They wanted the inserts, the rookies, the hits, and everything else, which is where a lot of this stuff has come from. Not the Marvel stuff, but the 2 numbered tennis cards of all things. I have 3 sets. It's 2007 Ace Authentics Tennis. I have 3 sets. Go figure.
What's up, Dustin Blake? I've got a Michael Chang. I don't know if it's like a piece of the court or his trunk somewhere. But again, when it was Sunday mornings in the summer back in like the late 80s, early 90s, tennis was always on, like ESPN. If you didn't have like Formula One, like super early, Saturday was usually like Snoop was on there with his bass fishing boat, doing fishing tournaments and like Babe Winkelmanning it. And then Sunday was usually like the final of a tennis event or something, because nobody cared about tennis unless Agassi was in there. And that stuff's interesting, but again, I don't know if it'll ever, unless, once again, like Gary Vee gets out there and says, why Michael Chang, Andre Agassi?
Serena Williams is undervalued.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, there's actually a market on the tennis stuff. When I was doing just some brief searches, that Djokovic numbered at 25 graded, I want to sold for a couple $100, if you can believe it. So I mean, there is a market. It's no different. I have a near complete set of 2001 Upper Deck Golf. Yes, I said it, golf. It's missing all the Tigers, which of course is where the value is, because 2001 was considered Tiger's rookie year. But I mean, it's one of those in which I span the spectrum, I guess. And yes, I found my freaking 5,000 count box of hockey stuff that I even opened.
Nice.
There, you happy, Carlos?
Knew you had it.
I'll be trying to put together some of those base sets too, just because I have it. And, you know, I opened some of that and hunt for, you know, something big. I mean, that was the whole purpose of it. It wasn't to sit there and come back and put together base sets, but it gives me something to do. And I've enjoyed the crap out of it. It's one of those, I didn't realize how many Kobe rookies I had, for that matter.
That's one thing I always wondered about, especially with this past year. Like, one thing that was just like fixated in my head is like all the years of like breakers only shipping hits. Like, most of those breakers did not get rid of all those base cards or all those chrome cards. Like, some of those dudes are probably sitting on mountains and just mountains of like rookie cards from like all the various products, and there's probably a lot of really, really solid players, and because that's like kind of a thing that's been happening.
This one's
it's like trending more towards the rookie card now. We're
trending
getting the hits.
Travis Kelce Prism rookie trending up. Like a $45 card now, because they mentioned that he's on pace to be the first tight end to lead the league in yards, and how long?
Football is weird, though. Football, I feel, is weird for Prism rookies. If you're not a quarterback, like, your value is it's hard to predict if you're into that, especially if you're like look at Calvin Johnson. Like, he was incredible, but his cards are pretty cheap. Larry Fitt's going to be a Hall of Famer. I think we would all agree on that. Like, you could get his rookie card for pretty cheap, and like a PSA 9. I think it's like $100.
Seriously, and who was it? Oh no, that was during Carlos's podcast, if I'm not mistaken. We got on the subject of base cards, and for me, I'm a collector, hands down, and although I may not put a lot of focus on them early on, just because the way 2020 is, and going through all the basketball boxes and stuff that I opened during that time frame in which I was opening boxes for people, I'm looking for Kobe's, I'm looking for Jordans, and it's like, holy crap. And there's a new appreciation for them, at least for me. And yes, it has to do with what 2020 is. But at the same time, it's like, man, I just threw these cards in boxes. Now it's like, well, shit, penny sleeve, top loader, and and they're still flawless condition. I mean, most of them would probably grade fairly high, but that's not important to me. It's the fact that, holy crap, I actually have these, didn't realize it because I was just throwing crap in a box, and there's that newfound appreciation. Which is why, as I've been sorting through stuff, I've been putting it in groups. Because although, yes, the rookies are the big thing, for instance, and I think I brought this up before, look at 2002 Topps Chrome Tom Brady. It's his first Topps Chrome card. Okay? Everybody knows Brady's rookie was in 2000. His first Topps and Topps Chrome card were in 2002. Go find a graded 2002 Topps Chrome PSA 10 for less than a couple $100. You're not going to find one. It's a freaking base card, and it's
third year.
Exactly. It's a third year card. So
yeah, I'm of the mind. I'm of that mindset too. That's kind of where I'm at. I just went back to PSA just so I could take advantage of some of the bulk stuff, but like, this was what, 96? Yeah, like a 96 metal, just Jeter base card. I mean, if I know they're grading tougher, but if I have a legitimate shot that I think something like this would 10, even 9 really, of a metal foil card from 25 years ago, I feel like in guys like Jeter and Trout or Brady, those legends of the game, so to speak, I feel like there's going to always be a market for 9s and 10s of their base cards. Jordan, I mean, I've
Kobe now, since he's now deceased.
Absolutely.
And that's the part that I hate about, and I'm going to say it. I'll be the first one to say it. I hate it when we lose a player in any sport, whether it be due to tragedy or due to age, illness, whatever. And you see eBay flooded with shit. And the fact that, because I did this, so the day Kobe and his daughter passed away in the helicopter crash, I put a couple, I think 3 or 4 auctions on my watch list, and they were lots of certain rookies that I knew I had of Kobe's, just to see what would happen. And they were selling for like $1,000 all day long. And then as the days progressed, the prices started slowly diminishing and everything else. But it's like, for those who are in the business, they're a dealer, this is their business, this is their livelihood, I'll give them a pass. But for other people, I have a hard time giving individuals a pass for taking advantage of something like that. That's a personal thing for me. It bothers me. It bothers me because it's like, just because somebody passed, now let's let the money come in. Let's take advantage and make a profit of somebody, who's tragically lost their life in that instance, and to turn a profit.
You see that happen all the time when someone passes.
And that's the thing. And I get it if it's a business. I mean, and I know I shouldn't put stipulations on it, but if you're a dealer or you own a shop and that's your livelihood, that's your business, I get it. In those situations, you have to take advantage of those circumstances. But for everybody to come out of the woodwork, it's like, holy cow. I mean, Topps base cards, after he passed, were selling for $700-800. And that's because it was like, oh my God, I never got one of these before. And now that he's gone, I'll never get one again. And I'm going, okay, maybe that wasn't the mindset of the individual. But it's 96, 97 Topps. There's plenty of it out there. I promise you. You could have waited and still got one for a decent price to where you're not being raped over the coals, so to speak, because everybody's rushing to buy them though too. And it always makes you wonder, okay, the next day, how many of those were buyer's remorse and was like, okay, yeah, I didn't really want to buy this. I didn't think it was going to go for this. I typed in my bid wrong or whatever it was, and how many of those got refunded?
Tough part.
I want to touch on real quick. Mike O left a comment. I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. He put about how all the kids were tossing prison basketball cards at the National, and I was there with Mike Fabian, Eastern Connecticut Sports Cards. This was at Cleveland, so this was 2017. So I believe, I might be wrong, I don't know offhand, I think Greek Freak's rookie was 2017 Prism. Is either 2016 or 2017. I would have to check it. But anyway, to get to the story, we're sitting at one of the, Cleveland, the setup in Cleveland was awesome for the National. The convention center, the IX Center was beautiful. I'm really disappointed that it's no longer going to be there because that place was really, really nice. Very spacious, tons of places to sit and to rest. And they had an area by the Ferris wheel where there was all these tables, and it was kind of near where David Adams was, Blowout, all the sealed box wax guys. And there was just these horde of kids that were all sitting at this table and it was all prison basketball. Open the pack, go through the cards, shuffle through the cards, throw. Open the pack, shuffle through the cards, throw. Open the pack, throw. They're tossing the cards behind their back onto the floor. There's a pile of cards on the floor. So me and Mike are watching this, and we're like, what the hell are these kids doing? And I'm like, well, they're throwing all the cards on the floor. And then Mike's like, they're searching for the hit. They're searching for the auto or any color or any type of hit. And I'm just thinking to myself, they only kept about 2-3 cards from the entire box. So all those cards got thrown on the floor. And then the kids left. They all left. And then the funniest part about this story was Mike's like, who's going to clean that up? There's just a pile of Prism basketball cards on the floor. And sure enough, I'm like, so I half jokingly said to him, I'm like, well, someone will probably come by and scoop them all up. So sure enough, this older guy comes by with a backpack. He looks at us, looks at the cards, looks at us, looks at the cards. He scampers over act like he's trying to pick up money off the floor, looking around, make sure nobody's watching him. And he opens his backpack and he tosses all the cards in like within like 30 seconds, and then he like speed walks away. Like he just committed a crime or something.
I'd have stopped and picked him up. I wouldn't care if anybody was watching me. Really?
And and now that I think about that, I'm like, dude, what was the rookie class for 2017? Because it was probably something crazy.
So I don't know if like Brandon Ingram, would he have been in there? And that got
I gotta find out because it's kind of bugging me.
But you look at some of the base cards though nowadays though for Prism, for some of the stars graded. So that's the other one good thing that's come out of 2020 to a certain degree. There is a little bit more of an appreciation for base cards, at least star base cards. I hate that, the focus is, on PSA 10s, but there's still an appreciation more so than what there has been ever. Second, third, fourth year guys, or somebody's changing teams, that type of stuff. If it's a superstar, I mean, that has brought some sort of focus back on the base card, which, for those of us who keep all our base cards, we're not sitting on, 5 cents and 10 cents or 15 cents for a base card. Now we're sitting on, 65, 75 cents, a dollar per base card. And, over time, that stuff, though, adds up, though.
The big rookie in 2017 was Jason Tatum. So that's a damn good card to have, Jason Tatum. Onto the floor of Cleveland it goes.
Wow.
I remember that. What would have been 09? In Chicago, either 09 or 2011. It must have been 09. And it could have been 08 in Cleveland, too. The same thing. I mean, people were at those tables ripping packs, and they just leave stacks of stuff there. And so me and the guys would go over there and look through there. I'm like, hey, you collect Alabama guys. Here's some Alabama dudes. Lonnie, Pistons fan. Here, you collect Michigan dudes. Here's Michigan guys. I'm just looking for scrubby players that were in my PC. I'll take those. And I mean, we just took the whole stack. It's like somebody's going to want these. I mean, there might not be much, but somebody somewhere will want them. And again, if you're spending X amount for a box of cards, do you just buy a Ferrari for the sound system and that's it, and just like junk the rest? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
You always find cards in the National, like loose cards. It is true. I remember even last year in Chicago, this was I was with Josh right at rookie, and I was getting Archive Signature Series, which is one autograph card per box. It's like an encased in a magnetic baseball. So I opened mine. I got like Mike Foltynewicz. So I was just like, I got a shit baller. But then you get the silver pack. So I mean, I really bought it to get the silver pack. But anyway, there was these empty Archive Signature Series boxes at the Topps booth, like on the little table that like everyone always tries to congregate on to fix their backpack or to fix their binder or their car boxes or whatever. So anyway, there's like 3 empty boxes there. So I was like, well, let's throw this out in the trash to clear the table. So I pick up the 2 empty boxes, throw them in. I pick up the other box. I'm like, there's something in here. So I opened it. And it was a Steven Souza Jr. autograph card with a cracked case. So I'm like, someone must have opened this and got so pissed off that they punched it or they cracked it on the table. I'm just like, oh my God.
Probably somebody that's new to the hobby. Because again, would I love to see every product have Trout and Strasburg and Kershaw and Koufax and Hank Aaron? Yeah, but then again, that diminishes the value of their autograph. And again, you have to chase something. That's always the thing. Chase.
So, yep, supply and demand. You
So-
flood the market with all the big stuff, then of course that's going to have the adverse effect on the market at some point. Well, it should. In normal economics, it should. Right now, those rules don't apply in 2020 for whatever reason.
Yeah, this year, if I had to sum it up in a word, it would be probably just volatile. It's just 1 week, something's just the Rosarina stuff was absolutely white hot. I mean, you couldn't get within like 20 feet of it. Then they lose. Then it comes out with whatever issues were down in Mexico, which I'm sure then it's Transformers more than meets the eye. Then that stuff's like, oh man, just dump it, and then I don't know where the market's come. I'm sure it's rebounded a bit because I think there was the reports came out that it wasn't as bad as reported, but yeah, it's just 1 week from the next, 1 day to the next, 1 hour to the next. You just don't know, and that's, I think, as like some hobby veterans here, it's sort of fun in a way, but at the same time, you want to know your baseline of pricing. You don't want to have like a Terrell Davis, whatever, a superscript that you're going after. Okay, I got the 99 one, I paid $60 for it. The 2000's up, I'm going to pay probably between 55 and 75, and it goes for like 360, and you're like, is somebody fucking playing a joke on me, or what the hell's going on here?
Suit up.
It's like, you just don't know.
That's another thing, though, too, with all the new people coming in. I mean, we joke about it. Me and you, Dave, we joke about it a lot, but there really is a lot of money, a lot of big money coming into this hobby. I mean, we're not talking about middle class money. We're talking about
I think
the 1%ers.
We're talking about get the suit on, baby.
Yeah,
like there's some big money being thrown around this hobby.
I feel bad for like collectors that we would all consider like one of us getting back into the hobby now. Like I would be
rough.
Like how do you encourage them? You know what I mean? Like they feel like they've missed out on everything already.
That's where you use the Drake meme where he's just like,
or if you if that like got out there immediately, like people are gonna prejudge you, like you're just getting into it now. No matter what your background is, I feel like they might struggle to get credibility or whatever.
Well, that's something else that is kind of interesting is, we always talk about the community to a certain degree, but you have people out there who claim that that's what this is. We're here to help each other, look out for one another type situation. But yet certain individuals could be frowned upon for whatever reason because they either are new, they don't have a following, they don't have a foundation, and people aren't willing to take a chance of getting to know them as an individual like it was years ago that, all of us started somewhere. And it was a lot more welcoming in those days. And, some people took the proactive approach, would reach out to new individuals. Others, you kind of had to put yourself out there and just kind of see what happened. But as long as you were real and everything else, for the most part, you fit in. It didn't matter how much money you spent, how much, how big the cards were that you showed. There was still that appreciation for the fact that, hey, you're here and you're part of this community. It's for those of us who have been here for that amount of time, we've seen that switch, so to speak. Ed, you've been around as long as what Dave and I have, probably longer.
Right around. Yeah.
Because I want to say 10 years for me. Dave, I know you're about that same time. And Ed, I'm pretty sure you're at least right around that same time. So you were around when it really was the community, and everybody really tried to welcome you into the community in some shape, form, or fashion. And nowadays, it's like if you don't know somebody, you have to like prove yourself almost, and that, to me, that's not what this is supposed to be. You know, I
think it
don't
goes
understand
back to the best advice that was given to me was just be yourself. You know what I mean? And I get that if you are of the school of thought that like your eventual goal is to like brand yourself, and you want to like put on a little gravitas, and you know, like I'll cut you a break. But if I have a hard time like, what's going on, everybody? You know, like coming back at you, like it's just like I don't know. All right, I'm not. I think there's a way to do it and still seem genuine, if that makes sense. But I'm of the school of thought like I'll give a channel like, and this sounds really pompous of me, like, but if it's not somebody that I feel like, maybe it's just somebody I come across my own. It's not somebody I've seen in my comments or other people's or interacting at all. It's just kind of like I've come across them. Well, I'll give you like, you know, 3 to 6 views if I catch you, you know, like just to try to get an idea of who you are, where you're coming from. You know what I mean? To see if we collect the same way, I can relate. I want to hear some of your stories, that type of thing. I mean, those are the guys that I think we're all interested in. I mean, it's not bad to have those Filmingtons doing all the work for me, basically, and telling me what's what. But
The cannibalization of Bauman Chrome.
So
I can pronounce
I
two
love Bauman.
in this new Bauman. It's like, no.
Someone seriously said that. That's not a joke.
So there's a
mean. It's a
there's
food.
there's a Don Russ like alternate pronunciation that I hear.
Don Reese or something.
No, it's Dunruss. Dunruss. I never heard Dunruss. It was always like Don Russ, you know.
OPG.
Just sound French.
That shit like cracks me up though. I like that stuff. I find it funny. Yeah. I like being entertained a little bit. I like laughing. I like having a good time. I say it in my videos all the time. I want to have fun. I mean, that's like for me personally, that's how I've stayed on here so long. I just like to try to have fun, and I try to always make it fun. I think Carlos, if Carlos is in the comments, like Steve and Bob touched up on it. Carlos made a video on like, to me, the most important thing on why people do videos, you have to, and Carlos, like I said, he touched on it. Why do you make the videos? Mm-hmm. Like, why do you put yourself out there? Why do you do it? Like, to me, I just do it because it's part of, like, for how long as I've been doing it, I've just been doing it because it's part of my collecting identity. I have fun with it, and I just don't give a shit about video production, editing. Like, I have the most laziest, probably like low-tech setup. I put a Nikon camera on a ball cube, and I just film. Like, yeah, you probably beat me out, Dave. But,
you're a close second, though.
But like, I have a heart like it's hard. Like I really, well, I'll get into it a little bit. Like I told Dave, I told you this before. Like 10 years, well, even 5 years ago, there wasn't really any channels on YouTube that like I legitimately did not like, sports card wise. Like I could pretty much watch any sport card video and find some redeeming quality in it. But now in 2020, and I would say the last couple years, there's like a couple channels on here that like I just absolutely detest. Like I'm just like, I can't get into it. It's not for me. It's like you listen to a song or you listen to a band and you're just like, that's not for me, man. Just turn it off. It's not for me. And that's kind of what I've been having that experience more on YouTube. Like, and we've been talking about like all the new people coming in, and I feel bad for some of these new people, because some of these new people, like, they might type on the search bar function sports cards, and they might get a charlatan to pop up as their first video, and then they might watch the video, listen to what the person says, and then because of that have a bad experience in the hobby. Like, can you imagine like being a new person in the hobby, and then you're watching like an investing video and someone says to invest in Lonzo Ball and Roberto Ozuna? Like, you're going to have a bad time in the hobby. You're going to get royally screwed. You're going to blow all your money. It's not going to be fun. Like, because when I first got into doing YouTube, that's what I did. I typed in the search bar function like TTM autograph sports cards, and Mike from the Autograph Network popped up. Puff Bear 359 popped up. Sevens popped up. Like, those guys popped up, and all those guys really, really care about their hobby. They care about what they're doing. So, like, as I said, and as I said, I feel bad for some of the new people coming in, because out of all the new people coming in, there's a good majority of them that are probably collectors and really care about the hobby, and they don't know any better coming on YouTube just watching any random videos. They might watch somebody and think this person's cool. Like, dude, like, it's a trap. It's a trap.
Why are you pointing at me, Dave?
I'm not pointing at you. I'm pointing at me. When you type in just like baseball cards and you get like that Packer fan 87 or that Jabs, it's like, fuck those guys. That's the people you don't want to emulate. You don't want to act, hey, send me some fan mail. Fuck off. Buy your own cards.
You know what? That's a great point. Anyone that says that fucking pisses me off when people say the word fan. So, like, I want to give a shout out to all my fans. You make sports card videos, man. You're not PewDiePie. You don't have legions. Unless you're a celebrity, unless you're a celebrity with an inbuilt following, then I get it. I can get that. I can maybe get that. But, like, some of these dudes just started making channels like a year ago, and they're like, I want to give a shout out to my fans. Like, dude, like, grow up, man. Like, we're all collectors.
But it's the same thing. Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh! You've got content creators out there who have, their fans, and they get sent shit all the fucking time. And, to a certain degree, I know this is going to sound really cheesy, but to a certain degree, if I send something to Dave or Ed, I send something to you or Bob, I'm fans of you guys, so I'm sending you free stuff. So, I mean, it is kind of the same thing.
We're friends,
but there's
more friendship.
But see, that's the differentiator, is the fact that we are friends, we interact, we consider each other friends. Okay, maybe I'm not friends with Ed just yet. Not just yet.
Acquaintance.
I know Ed, but we'll fix that. We will fix that. This is one of the reasons why, Dave and I always talked about making sure we had you on the show, is because it gives us a chance to interact, though, too. It's kind of hard to interact in comments on a person's video. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to do that.
Well, since you are my friend, I'm going to give you a special discount promo on a membership to my channel. Just type in my friend as the promo code on checkout. Thank you.
Okay.
Patreon's in the mail.
Yeah. What's the percentage?
I'll give you 20% since you're such a good friend.
Score, man. Sign me up, Ed. Sign me up, man.
It's hard not to be cynical about that.
No, but we joke about that. We've joked about it multiple times, and that's because maybe we're not in that mindset. I don't know. Maybe we're just off our rockers, and maybe we should all be selling our knowledge and our content and everything else and making a pretty penny.
See, I will agree with you on that. I feel like I feel like my opinion that I just shared, I feel like that is a very an opinion that's in the very slim minority. I feel like the majority of people don't agree probably.
With what?
That. With the whole fans thing, people are probably like, dude, who gives a shit? Like, just don't watch. It's not a big deal, but I don't know. It just grinds my gears.
So I've got a video in the works. I'm going to be addressing the thumbs downer. Because everybody's got one, or most people have one, or two in some cases, or more. But I just had this. So the setup is that I have rewatched all of my videos and developed a top 10 list of possible reasons why you are thumbs downing my videos.
I'm looking forward to seeing that, Bob. And you know what? I'm going to go on live broadcast, and I want to tell YouTube that they need to come up with one of these.
Right. As a get back.
So anybody who gives a thumbs down, we should be able to anonymously send a big one of these back to said individual. It pretty much says, don't watch my stuff. Go troll somewhere else. But on the flip side, hey, thumbs up, thumbs down, helps the algorithm. It doesn't matter.
I think
thumbs it down all you want.
That's right. You're right, Steve.
Because I don't know, man. I mean, I remember like Mr. Fisher Bike did a video not too long ago where he's like life update. His mom had passed, and freaking people were like giving it a thumbs down. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't get that. I don't have to get it. You know what I mean? I just there's always that 5% of people out there.
Well, and that's the fact that. I mean, I feel for him. Okay, you know, I lost my mom a year ago this past September. And, you know, for anybody who loses a parent, a grandparent, a sibling, you know, anybody that's immediate family, that's a freaking tough time for anybody.
Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, he made a video to tell people what had transpired first and foremost. Took a lot of courage. You know, I know Stove ended up mentioning it in one of his videos. That's the reason why he wasn't around and everything else. And he even thanks Stove for doing that. But the fact that anybody has the audacity, and I'm going to use that word, or the gall, to sit there and thumbs down a video while an individual is telling the people that he has, you know, a connection with of what's going on in his life, that's a fucking low blow. And I'm going to second Mike O's recommendation. Screw the middle finger. The fuck you button is what needs to come up. And we need to be able to do that because, you know, whether you like somebody or not, okay, you could thumbs down every one of my videos. But if I make a video and talking about how I lost somebody in my life, have the freaking common courtesy to either not watch it, but to have a heart and really not freaking thumbs down a video talking about how somebody passed away. That's a load of shit.
Yep.
And I get it. There's trolls everywhere, and they do it on purpose because they hide behind their monitor and their keyboard. But still,
an 8-minute video has a thumbs down like 60 seconds after it's posted. So it's like clearly people aren't watching it. It's just like I've got something against this particular person, and I'm gonna show them how much I don't agree with them or don't want to be their friend.
I mean, I'll be honest. Therefore, it used to bother me early on. It used to bother me, but now it's one of those in which I don't give two shits.
I mean, my dad's asking me, he's like, what's going on? Like, what don't they like about you? I'm like, dude, it's just the way it is, man.
You live in Jab's country, Bob. I'm sorry.
Right. Well, that's probably going to make the top 10 list. My proximity to Jabs, like if you're holding that against me, you know, please. I'll do.
Or your fence fan.
But yet you're a Flyers fan.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised I don't get more dislikes from being from Philly after how the rest of the country kind of feels about Philly.
Well, we just know we just when we feel some kind of way about Philly, we just watch that Bill Burr rant about Philly, and we feel better. He went off. You know what I'm talking about, right, Ed?
Yeah, Rich coming from a Boston sports fan, I'll tell you that.
I will say I have to agree with Bart, though. It is one of those, in the event that you do get a thumbs down, it's like you're making video because you want to make a video, and for those people who are, you're making the video for yourself, but you're also making it for the handful of people who, watch your stuff and appreciate it. But the fact that they had to at least click on that video for at least a split second and waste that part of their day to just do a thumbs down, it's like, do you seriously have no other
Apparently
things
it
to
still
do in
plays
life?
into the algorithm, though. Like a thumbs down is just like a thumbs up. Like it still plays into your stats or whatever. That's what I'm saying, Victor. How could anyone? That's what I told my dad, my mom. That's why in that video I'm thinking about bringing my family on at the end, like my children looking up at me.
Have a big cardboard sign with a thumbs up painted, and your daughter.
freeze frame the end.
I think Bob, I think I'm pretty sure you're right. I actually think this is going to sound crazy, but I think the thumbs down, according to YouTube, you get more engagement from the thumbs down in the algorithm than the thumbs up. I remember PewDiePie did an experiment on this where he was like, I want 1 million dislikes. And he got into the algorithm, and he did a long statistical thing, and apparently it actually helped his channel.
See that?
So, for those watching this live, please make sure you hit the thumbs down button. Because we know that's what you think about this content.
They're going to thumbs down anyway. We got Jabs Country. We got a guy from Philly.
I'm from Texas.
I do have this pretty awesome picture of straight cash behind me here.
Oh, we see. So now the truth comes out. We know Bob is rolling in the dough. He's just fronting.
Actually, I thought about doing some kind of Randy Moss, and then straight cash, homie.
Bob Lewis does not fool me. He's a family man by day, investor by night.
Yep. The truth comes out.
There's a new guy. He might not be new, but he's like, I'm a collector, investor, and somebody else, and he's in that order. Do you know that guy yet?
Yeah.
Oh, investor, collector, dealer.
Yeah, in that order.
He's good though. I mean, he's just factual.
Yeah,
factual information. I think his name's Chris. I do watch his videos.
My dad will send me a link, and I'll open it up, and it'll be the PSA collector, and he's like 5 basketball rookies you need to invest in before the season starts.
I do like the investor, dealer, whatever. He's like the Walter Cronkite of sports news.
He's just always standing there with his little microphone.
I've watched a few of his videos. I mean, he's giving you factual information. It's not like he's telling you to do this or do that. I think the one episode that I happened to watch or whatever, or one video had to do with Lionel Messi, and he had talked about one of his previous videos talking about how there was a major increase in the graded Messi card from Prism. And then he made a follow-up video later on. He's like, well, go figure. I mentioned it in the past video, and all of a sudden now they're sitting at, X, Y, and Z.
It's like Eric, he mentioned something. I feel like it goes up at the end of the week. It's like double what it was before he mentioned it.
Those back pages?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's the cardboard oracle, man. That's what he does, I guess.
So I need him to make a video that says Terrell Davis 90s inserts and parallels are trash. Don't buy them.
And then when you're ready to sell, you go to Slab Stocks and tell them to pump it up, and then it'll go up.
Elvis Costello style.
Pump it up, or your cards will be less than 0.
What about all the pumping I did on the Todd Helton market?
I'm about to get mine graded. We'll see if it comes back. Hopefully,
Don't get it graded. The odds of getting a 10 on that are very, very hard.
you ain't seen my copy though.
Joe Orlando already said it's a 9. Don't even bother.
So
You're gonna have
there's
you're
like,
gonna have the Away from Philly video.
so what are those cards that like? I mean, there's some obvious ones like the Jeter 93 SP, but like, it's funny how as time goes on and certain cards or markets fluctuate up and down, like what you could have gotten a 10 on at one point, like, you know, the whole bald rhino conspiracy theory of like pop report, you know, watching the pop reports, pop report control or something.
I think it's very Dead Guy. Hold on, who is it? Is it Dead Guy Cardboard?
He
Or
does
is it-
stuff like that. Yeah.
Who's the guy that does the videos like exposing PSAs, pop report or something, or he deep dives on like a certain card? Oh, who is it?
Pepino Man?
No, it's not Pepino.
He just deep dives
Who
on
is it?
everything.
Into the pool naked.
Oh,
And
this
deep.
could bother me. I gotta find out. Let me look.
Is there like, I know there's guys like the Curator or like Cardboard Chronicles or like those guys like
Oh, is it Vintage Card Curator?
there you
It
go.
might be him.
Yeah, Mike just got it.
He always
That's-
deep dives
that's-
on PSA's shenanigans.
Like whole show again. You can't with PSA. You can never prove anything. You can only look at the numbers and make educated
We
assumptions.
need to get somebody from the community to be like a mole, get hired by PSA and just like find out what's really going on there and then report back to the community.
I can't. It annoys me though. Like when, like if one of us or someone makes a video trying to like point out the pop discrepancies, they'll get labeled as like, "Oh, you're a PSA hater. Why you?"
Yeah, right.
Dude, I don't hate PSA. I'm just.
And if I choose to
I'm bringing a concern to the table.
I'm an apologist. Yeah.
Like
I drink PSA Kool-Aid. I can admit it. I don't really care.
they do a lot of things that drive me nuts, but at the end of the day, I mean, I submit to their service and I do buy their card. So I'm sure someone would be like, "Well, you're part of the problem." But
Do you remember the first time you saw a slab like with an assigned grade? Like I don't have like a distinct memory of that first time, but like I do remember them feeling and like feeling like something unattainable, like that I would have cards that were like great. I don't know, just slabs were expensive, I think, when they first came out. Or like wasn't that I
I've
think a big
I've probably been collecting slabs probably since like 2011, 2012.
Do you remember the first one you got?
Yeah, it was PSA.
But what do you know? Remember the card?
Not offhand. It was probably a PSA DNA autograph card. Probably of like an old school Philly.
So I know. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm like, we had bought some. There were products released in like the late '90s, early 2000s that had like encased like slabs already, like uncirculated. I know Edge, Collector's Edge did that.
Ed,
There you go. These were some of the first slabs I had. Is
Yeah,
it?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
That was from like the 90s. Like when that was
2000, yeah. So and then I know Bowman did it. It was at Collector's Edge.
Dallas Preferred Football had it.
Yeah, and I mean we were buying like there were products that had autographed basketball jerseys. I got a DeMar Johnson like from the from the Hawks. It's like sitting in a box over there. I'm like, what do I do with that? You know what I mean? I'm gonna give that to Steve. Or there was ones with like baseballs, signed baseballs, like playoff memorabilia, or Absolute had ones. Mini helmets. I got a Thomas Jones for the Arizona Cardinals. I remember the box was like freaking huge.
2000 Bowman Reserve.
Was that what that was? Well,
Yep.
so I know we did one with a jersey, a baseball, and the mini helmet. They're all kind of cool, but you couldn't buy those boxes like we could a couple years before. Like they were just stuff was getting out of hand. That was kind of right when we were getting out of it.
And SGC did a UD graded set.
I have a
I have a
one of
couple of those.
Graded.
But I know for a fact 2000 Bowman Reserve is the mini helmets for football because it was Jamal Lewis rookie year.
That was who was that?
Yeah, right.
Corey Simon.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think
Ed, that's
got
coming
two.
your way, man. I'm going to send that to Ed, the Philly fan of the group. Corey Simon, he was any good?
See, I was not a big fan of the old SGC labels, which is why I never really bought SGC for all those years because
so cheap. Like
there's
they're
just so much going on with that label compared to PSA. PSA had like their label just had so much uniformity to it, whereas like that SGC label, there's just so much going on. But I love the new label, and that's why I was like, dude, I'm gonna start buying SGC and submitting
Check
cards from them.
See this right here? So it came with this like, limited 100,000 or whatever certificate, but it's like this CD case of this 4-card hologram set of Jeff Bagwell.
Damn.
We would find stuff like this and think
That's cool though.
But it's like back then you're like, oh, it's such like a novelty and it's gonna be so rare and there's like, it's certificate of authenticity. And now it's like it is now regulated to this tub right here with like crap slabs I have no idea what to do with until I find somebody to give them away to and just like
The
I have no idea what to do.
The 90s collector's edition. They like slapped that on everything in the 90s. At least that's what I remember as a kid.
Upper
yeah,
Deck,
everything.
Upper Deck had like so many little like 32 card box sets, like like how like what the high end products come in today, those little boxes. I remember opening up so many of them, just like trying to get Shaqs out of them and Jordans. And now they're sitting in a box of other like pro set golf sets and I think I got like a Harley Davidson set, just like all these random things that I have no idea what to do. I can't throw them away because I've had them for just so long. They just get moved. I finally got them all in like one random box of just stuff. Like it's got the little booklets of players. We all had the sport books, right?
Little collectible.
Collector books, yeah. I got like all 4 sets of those. Fun stuff.
The other mini helmet, it was playoff absolute memorabilia. Because I had a Kerry Collins, and that was one of the only Kerry Collins I sold.
Michael Jordan.
That's big box.
I want to see what mine is, if it says it on it.
Because I remember the Collins was numbered and it was stupid low. It was like to 18 or 15. And I was able to get like 120 for it.
This one's it's not numbered.
But that one, I think, is the Bowman Reserve, though, because I think they had the rookies. And then the playoff absolute memorabilia had something on there about it.
Oh, here, check this is the other one.
Absolute
Remember, this was LeBron's year.
Oh, the cars or whatever it was.
They're Ultra Hummers.
Collectible.
Yeah, I got Darko Milicic. I was 1 pick away.
Oh, I remember headliners. That was from the 90s. Those were cool. Remember the
I've got the jumbo too.
There you go, Steve. This is just for you.
But the playoff absolute memorabilia, they had the 8x10 plaques with the jersey piece. That was 1 year. And then they had love it. They have one that's got Terrell Davis in the 4-pack. That's one of them that I actually don't have. But then they also had like the glass plaque looking thing too. And That's the one year I wish I actually would have bought Playoff Absolute memorabilia. Those glass plaque looking things were pretty freaking cool because it would have like a jersey swatch.
Dude, I had an Urlacher of that I sold a long time ago, but I remember those now that you say that. I forgot all about those little plaque things. They were pretty sweet.
Like an award from like a BET show or whatever. It's like that.
Yeah, that's what they look like. Yep.
Huh. That's crazy. I don't even know how to look them up. What the heck were them things called?
See, and I don't even remember. I think one of them, the 8x10 with like the fake jersey, because I have both Terrell Davis's hung up on my wall. Actually, I'll walk in here real quick. You'll be able to see one of them. One of them I think is called Signing Bonus, but I don't remember what year that is.
Yeah, because I've got, I think.
So there's both of them.
Two different views. Because I think one had the pinstripe, one had like the red, and I think TD, yeah, I was going to say one's got the navy, one's got the white.
Yeah, and that's the other one.
And is that an autograph one there?
Yeah, both of them are autographed.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you can see them both. Yeah, one of them's to 150, and I think one of them's to 50.
Yeah, usually there's some sort of variation, and it wasn't like, oh, here's numbered to like 500. This one's numbered to 495. No, there was like a jump in distribution of numbers.
Yeah, the blue is numbered to 150 and the white is numbered to 50. But here's my Bowman Reserve. They're all dusty. But there's Chris Redmond.
Chris Redmond haunted me.
And then
I bought too much of his stuff.
Like I said, all dusty. This is AJ Soward.
RJ Sauer.
And then I think I sent this to somebody years ago. I think I had a Todd Pinkston. Sorry, Ed, that's before I knew you.
I should be happy with my Thomas Jones then after those couple I just heard.
Yeah.
Well, because the big one was Jamal Lewis.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the big one. Mike Anderson didn't have one, I don't think. It was only some of the rookies.
Yeah, it wasn't all of them. So
then there was a few. What, Dave?
I don't know if Pennington had one or Lavernius Coles might have had one, but yeah, I remember Jamal Lewis was like head and shoulders above everyone else.
Sean Alexander was a big name. Did you just say Sean Alexander?
I didn't, but I don't think he was in there. Somebody do a search on Beckett and see what the autograph mini helmet checklist was. Because I want to say Jamal Lewis was the big one.
Peter Warwick, maybe? Was he in there?
I don't remember, Dave.
What about Jake Plummer? He probably should have been in there.
Plummer was in 97.
Should have been in there. That's true. He should have had a mini helmet every year.
I'll be talking about Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake Plummer, dude.
I love Plummer. Guy was a whack job, but
well, we know that about you and your liking the players. I mean, if he's a whack job, the Eagle and the Belfour is a whack job. I mean, everything's starting to fall in line.
Kiss my ass, Dave.
So when are you going to drop some hockey knowledge on us? That's what I come on these things for.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Holding out on us. I knew it.
It's not going to happen. There is no hockey knowledge.
We have to earn it. It's like Yoda. Like, you can't just give it to us like right away. We got to figure it out for ourselves.
Speaking of hockey cards, about a year ago, I wanted to try to pick up the UD Young Guns of Gritty.
Who?
Gritty.
Good luck.
The mascot for the Flyers. And that shit is so expensive. Like a Young Guns of Gritty. We are talking hundreds $6.
What's a Corey Hart Young Guns?
I was so mad. I'm like, dude, this is more than Claude Giroux. This is more than Nolan Patrick. This is more than Carter Hart. Like, Gritty is the most expensive flyer. This is such BS. It has to be because of the memes.
Sure.
All right, so I pulled up the checklist. So there's 22 in the set, and it's Sean Alexander, Courtney Brown, Plaxico Burress, Trump candidate Giovanni Carmazzi. Wow. Lavernius Coles, Ron Dane, Danny Farmer, Daryl Jackson, Thomas Jones, Jamal Lewis, Sylvester Morris, Pennington, Todd Pinkston, Travis Prentice, Chris Redmond, J.R. Redmond, R.J. Soward, Lachey, Peter Warwick, Des White, and Mike Anderson did have one. No shit.
I don't know who I would want of that whole group.
That
probably Pennington, probably.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. Chad Pennington, baby. That'd be the one I'd go for.
I'd have to go for the Anderson.
Wow. You are like Broncos in your name type of dude, you know?
Well, of course.
I mean, we'd all
I
think
did not
you
know
were
that, Carlos. He's the only mascot in Young Guns? Wow. No wonder.
Now you know.
90.
See, there's your hockey knowledge, Bob. It just didn't come from me.
Yeah, you texted that to Carlos off camera, and
I don't have Carlos's number.
I wonder if some social influencer was like pumping Gritty. Probably. If I had to assume, maybe. I'll have to do some research.
Charlie Day.
Maybe.
There's times actually I still go on Baseball Card Exchange to see if they ever. No, I didn't. Prove it. Show the screenshot. Prove it. Oh wait, you can't. But I do go on Baseball Card Exchange from time to time and see every once in a while if they have 2000 Bowman Reserve. Just because that would 2000, 2001, 2002, a lot of those products were trying to come up with very inventive like box toppers, if you want to call them as such, because that's where you got the absolute memorabilia private signings and then the plat type stuff that they did. Bowman Reserve did the helmets. I don't know if that transferred into, baseball or anything, but from a football perspective, that was a big thing. And then 2002 UD Authentics, they had redemption inserts for all sorts of Upper Deck authenticated memorabilia. All sorts of it.
Did Brady have a Bowman Reserve rookie?
Mm-mm. No.
So Topps just blew it pretty much all together except Bowman, I guess.
Except Bowman.
Except Bowman.
Man, could you imagine if there was a chrome rookie refractor of Brady?
Oh God.
That'd probably be one of his biggest. I can't remember if those refractors were numbered or not. 999 maybe?
150.
The refractors in 2000? Wow.
Because the rookies were like to 1450 or 16.
Oh, right. That's right. Even the regular, yeah. Because I was pumped when I got the Ron Dane.
Here's a question for everyone on the panel. I feel like this question always will get a different answer from anyone in the hobby. But what do you guys do when you go to a card show and you try to negotiate a price in person with a dealer? What's your strategy? And let's just say it's a card you want. You see it, you're like, you know what? I've been around the show. There's not too many other dealers that have this particular card, but that price is way too high. I don't want to pay that. What's your strategy?
Like I've found it to be, and I don't do this often. I don't even get many opportunities to do it, but like this is me now, where I feel like being as open and honest and direct as possible. Like, if like you just said, like this number is too high. Like, I'm not an idiot, and I don't want to presume that this guy is either. So, like, almost like, hey, let's talk here because this. And now, and then if I point out I think it's too high, and I'm thinking more this number, and he just completely says then I know kind of right away that there's no kind of talking. He doesn't really want to sell it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've had so many. Like I pretty much go to a lot of shows, and so I've had some pretty.
I want to know what kind of dealer Ricky Rousseau was.
Oh, Ricky was the man. He was so cool.
I feel like he's the guy that's like, because he would talk about in his videos, like people that just kind of browse his tables, like, or spend $5 or whatever. He's going to bust your balls over that.
I watched him negotiate in person on a pretty big purchase that a guy was trying to get off of him.
All right.
And it was hilarious. Like just watching him negotiate, and
he wouldn't be able to open all them products that he I mean, I don't know how much money
he didn't really need to sell. He kind of just did it as a way to probably just get out and hang out with some people in the hobby and just like move some inventory and stuff. Yeah, because that was his like main thing. He was a card dealer. So
dude, some of his like earlier, like he did the video that he has like Saddam Hussein autograph, and like
I wonder what happened to all that stuff. He had he had like a Elvis Presley cut autograph.
Yeah, he had some sick trouts too, man. Like,
he had some real nasty trouts. He had you're talking about the George H. Bush, Saddam die cut. Then he had a die cut of FDR.
Oh,
yeah, Saddam Hussein, and
Hitler.
Yeah, he did. He had a die cut of FDR, and on the other side was Hitler.
Yeah, I remember that.
Didn't Leaf make an Axis of Evil or some sort of set one year, and it was all like just these hideous people, and they had like a Hitler auto in there, which, as terrible as it would be, I'd fucking kill to have that. That's the stuff that those are history changing. That's not just a generation. That's history.
He also had a Churchill. He had Churchill and Charles de Gaulle. So
that's right.
I was like, dude, like this is insane.
Yeah. First of all, how do you have these? And it's like, why?
I don't know why they put Hitler in there though. It should have been FDR and Stalin. I thought that probably would have been a better combo.
It's too late now.
On the Hobby Podcast, we talk about World War II leaders.
Hey.
Then he had a couple other really insane, just like batshit crazy cards. I'm trying to think. He had a bunch of superfractors.
He had like a Logo Man pool host, I think. Didn't he have like a Logo Man pool host? He had at least one or two Logo Man of some different people.
Hey Bob, who's Pooh host?
Pooh host.
You never heard of that dude? Pool Joel's.
He had a crazy soccer collection too, by the way, Bob.
Really?
I've heard of Pool Holes.
He was ahead of the curve on that.
Yeah, I heard
he had Messi, Ronaldo, Pele. He had some crazy shit. I have no idea. I guess his wife has this collection, or I haven't seen any of that stuff pop up for sale. So
did he not have any kids or anything?
No, he didn't have no kids.
I got a connection or some contact with somebody, like a real good friend. Eventually, maybe part with that stuff when the time was necessary or right or whatever. Because, as we've talked about before, if he just let his wife do it without having the proper info or go through the proper channels, it would be you could lose a lot of money or get swindled. But I'm sure she's heard him on the videos or say how many times if he's carrying this stuff around, And I'm sure he wasn't just saying, "Oh, I'm just going to the card show. See you later." It's like, no,
Yeah, I think his consignor was more than just like, a business partner. I feel like they were somebody that's been in his inner circle for a while. Like Ricky didn't seem like the type of guy that would just sort of,
Yeah, he knew all the people at Evolution Sports Market, and I think he was on like first name basis with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like that happened this year though. He passed away this year in 2020.
Crazy.
It feels so long ago.
I know.
It was just this year. I think the craziest thing about that was and it's really kind of like sad, but like he was selling stuff, like selling mystery packs like 5-6 days before he passed away.
Yep.
Like I got a package in from him the week before he passed away.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
And like he was on YouTube 24 hours before he passed away. Like that to me is that's like when I think about that, that's just how much YouTube and the community meant to that guy. Like just think about that. Like because he was in the hospital at the time. It's kind
in and out. Yeah, he was in and out. We were getting updates and then he was gone.
He was in rough shape though.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
When I saw him in the card show, like even Ted and B-Roth, like they met him at one of the White Plains shows. Like he couldn't really walk. He was in rough shape.
Was he just out of curiosity? I mean, was he? He wasn't old. I know he was older.
He was
60s.
I would say he was in his 60s probably.
Okay.
He wasn't super old, but he wasn't like young. He was older than middle age. It was weird too because I actually emailed him a couple times asking him if he was going to Atlantic City for the National, and he said my health is really, really not good, but this might be the only opportunity I get to go, so I'm going to try to go to meet all the YouTubers.
Oh man,
I was just like, dude, like if it's feasible, if you can do it, just like try to come down for the day or so. He's like, Ed, I'm going to try everything possible. And then like, I think like 2 weeks later, he passed away. It's terrible.
Yeah, I remember the last run of stuff he had for sale. I think I bought a bunch of Jabari Parker rookie low numbered autos for like $5 each and a couple of patches because I'm like, well, what everybody was saying that like the rumblings around that he wasn't doing well. It's like, man, this might be the last time to get some of this stuff, and I want to support him because again, I don't know how many videos you sit there and watch when he's pumping out. And again, I know we had stuff recorded. It wasn't like these were all live that day. But still, you have like 50, 60, 100 videos in the can ready to go. It's like, geez.
Dude, that guy, when he would open like a case of something, he would just film them like one after another. And he'd have, because like there was no way he was going to open a box of like something and then wait a day to like, you know what I mean? So, because all his rhythm was like on point after each video. Like he was just doing them one after another,
I feel like some of like we kind of felt like cheated though because like I wanted, like I would die to know what he would have thought of what happened with the hobby and
I know, right?
With retail and the hobby boxes and all the prices and cases, because like that was his thing. Like he bought so many, like he would like literally probably like stimulate a sell sheet for Panini. Like all the wax that he broke. And I'm just like, dude, like the moment he like, as soon as he passed, like 2 to 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, the pandemic hit and like the hobby went to hell in a handbasket.
Yep.
Like he missed like all the craziness that went on with the hobby. So I'm like, I wonder what he would have thought of all this shit. The great what if.
Yeah. I think he would have had some pretty strong opinions about it all.
It would have been, yeah. Well, he would have made out well though.
Who's that guy?
That collection.
Oh, that video would have been Panoli though. It wouldn't have been just him doing a video.
I could hear him
hear him
talk about like You want to give me investing advice? You want to give me investing advice? You know, like something along those lines.
What's going on, Matt?
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Yo, Matt.
Wesker, how you doing, man? Nice to meet you.
Doing good.
Awesome.
He's a YouTube Hall of Famer, just so you know.
Whoa, chill with that.
Do I need to lower myself? Like,
No, not yet.
Bob,
You're
I
gonna get
ran
me
and grabbed
lynched
my
out of the room,
beanie,
Bob.
dude.
Yeah, I like it, man.
Thank you for the inspiration. I haven't broke this out yet. I've been waiting till hockey.
So I have, like, again, it's freezing in my attic, so
That's right.
and this holds my glasses on tight, so
Good deal, man.
I could go full like. I mean, I just don't think I could pull that off.
You got to wear that in every video and have that be your shtick.
Right. I don't know that guy's name, but he just wears that hat all funny.
That's funny.
No, you need to keep it like that, Bob, for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that is.
Maybe we'll get some more thumbs up.
No, we want dislikes. You got to thumb down. Or
That's why you brought me here, remember?
We're flipping the script, yeah. We're gonna knock it down a little bit.
Well, for the record, we're at 6 thumbs up and 4 thumbs down.
That's awesome. Same
I wish
guys,
we could
man.
get to a consensus.
That's the WG effect, fellas. You're welcome.
That's funny.
WG.
Hashtag WG. Invest.
Oh God.
Come on, Matt. You know how. No.
Man, you're pretty good at you're a diehard hockey collector. So, what would you say? Me taking out a small loan from the bank, maybe like 10,000, and investing in Upper Deck Young Gun Gritty cards. Your thoughts?
Ooh. I mean, I like the idea of investing in the cards, but not taking a loan out. Sounds like the craziest thing on planet Earth, man. That'd be too stressful, man. I don't think I could even do it for like $100. It'd be too stressful. Golly. Just get the credit card, man. It's the same thing, right?
That's true.
You ruin your credit buying hockey cards.
How did you lose your fortunes? Well, I bought a mascot Upper Deck Young Guns card, and I bought hundreds of them.
Yep. I mean, maybe if you just bought a bunch of flurries, you know, I might be down with something like that. That might be a good idea for you. Can't go wrong there. But, you know, those would only be decent cards. So maybe you should up your game a little bit. Right, Dave?
Get Jocelyn Tebow, Jose Theodore.
There it is. That's it. If Tebow had a young gun, that would be the best one to get. No doubt.
For you.
Be a dream, man. Need to get Tanner to make me a custom one.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
They didn't include him in the remake when they started doing some of the older guys?
Yeah, okay. Patrick Waugh, Dominic Hasek, Jocelyn Tebow. Right. For sure.
I was just asking the question.
Steve is trying to pretend like he doesn't know what he's talking about, but we all know Steve just was doing that to be nice.
No, I was posing the question because I know nothing about hockey cards.
Stop already. Like, everybody tells me how much you know about hockey cards, and here you are, you're still fronting it, man. I'm just trying to give you credit, Steve. I don't know if you guys have seen his every time he comes into a chat, everybody always talks about how much he knows about hockey cards.
And it never fails. The minute I show up is when the conversation starts.
Yep.
And I haven't even said anything.
Oh, man.
Well, you're
You
the
are
that's
hockey
all-
person, so I mean, we got to talk about hockey.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. Y'all have fun talking about hockey.
You know, that would be really cool, though, Steve, to be completely truthful with you. If you know, a custom card maker could do a Young Guns, it would be so tough to, like, decide which design to go with, you know, like anybody that likes a hockey player that doesn't have one. It would be so tough because there's a lot of really good designs that they did, so I don't know, man. It would be a tough decision. Maybe the pricier. That'd be a cool one.
I'm trying to think though. And I can't remember what this was brought up on, but since Upper Deck bought the rights to Ultra, they're bringing back Retro again.
Mm-hmm.
So is there a possibility that some of the guys that they may have left off in past Young Guns releases that they could actually do another reincarnation?
I
don't think they do it out of there. I think that would be more geared towards like the Fleer, the Skybox, the Ultra, Showcase.
Which makes sense, but at the same time, is there a possibility though that they don't want to do it again in regular base Upper Deck like they had done previously and try and maybe leave that towards like the retro type product line?
I think they'd hold off on that until whatever, like maybe the 50th year if Upper Deck's still around. Do like a 50-year Young Guns type set and have like whatever players during the 50 years of Upper Deck have that as maybe some sort of insert set. Not that I know if it's going to happen or not, but I'd see that more than just doing because I think it's going to be the Skybox, whatever Revolution or Fleer Metal Revolution. It's not. I don't think Upper Deck's going to put anything other than like their logo, that little hologram thing in the back, on those, and not put like, hey, this is like an Upper Deck product, or like there's a Black Diamond something, or UD MVP superscripts in there. I think, and again, I haven't seen anything otherwise, but I think it's just going to be squarely the old Fleer, and Skybox type of inserts and try to throw stuff in there with that. And who knows though? I mean, I just have a bad feeling the boxes are going to be, even if the SRP is low, it's going to come out super high. I mean,
Well, that's the nature of this year though.
I mean, I could see them doing. Sorry, Dave. I just before I lose the thought, I could see them doing what Topps did this year. You know how they did the finest flashbacks, which in my opinion, one of the coolest sets of the year. Upper Deck Retro would be a really cool idea. You know, do that 1990s like design for everybody, and then within that, you could do like Steve is saying. You could do like retro Young Guns, like you could do them all like the Pavel Bure Young Gun design, and bring in a lot of players from the past, like probably not Tebow, but Patrick Waugh, Dominic Hasek, Curtis Joseph, Grant Fuhr, a lot of those goalies that are now in the Hall of Fame and retired. Magnon Rayome, even that would be cool. I know she's Upper Deck signee or whatever, but that kind of stuff would be neat, and just imagine that with football, Steve. Like you get some Upper Deck retro type thing if the Upper Deck ever came back. Wouldn't that be cool to have them redo like the SP design or EX or something? I don't know. It'd be super cool. See what they could do with that. But
I'd like
Young Guns updates.
I'd like it, but at the same time, I don't know. It'd be nice because it'd take attention off the 90s stuff, the early 2000s, but at the same time, conversely, it'd bring more attention to that stuff.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think it would just flood more people to the original stuff because for those of us who have collected in the 90s or even have come back and started enjoying the cards of the 90s, I think you're going to see an even bigger influx. And for somebody who, a lot of our guys, that's the focus of a lot of the collection is in the 90s. And even for I have mad respect for anybody who collects, because I know you were doing A-Rod there, Matt, for a while. And I know you still have a lot of stuff.
Couple left.
But for, Bonds, Griffey, any of those type caliber guys in the 90s, McGuire, that's
I see.
That's mad props.
man, I'm gonna Claude Giroux. Did I get it right?
Yeah. I wanted to go get some of my Young Gun Flyers cards that I have. I do have a few of them. Claude
That's
Giroux.
awesome, dude.
Let's see. Nolan
Not,
Patrick.
not familiar with Nolan Patrick.
Let's see. We got Travis Konecny.
Heard that name before.
These
That's
are all-
the 2017-18 design, right?
No, this one's 2016.
2016. Okay, still memorizing.
They're really cool cards. This was the one I picked up recently. Ghost, Shane Gostisbehere.
Oh, that's a cool nickname.
Bless you.
And then the only other slabbed hockey card I got here is from I would say SP Authentics, like what the B to Young Guns, I guess.
Yeah, their future.
Would you agree with
cards
that?
Are so nice, dude. that's definitely where I'm going next. Is like once the Young Gun set is done. Not that I'll ever get all those. There's like Carey Price, Carter Hart. All those are just like top tier, super expensive. But there's some really nice ones. I mean, the simplicity of the design was super nice.
I really like them. I've been trying to just pick up Flyers only since I'm a Flyers fan, and I just want to narrow my focus to that.
Yeah.
That's why I was talking about Gritty earlier, but I do need to get Carter Hart. I was kicking myself. I was kicking myself really, really hard. I think like 2 weeks ago, I talked about it in the chat. I had a terrible eBay loss. There was 2 PSA 10 Carter Harts that sold for like $250, and like that is stupid cheap for 2 of them, because one by itself is usually $299 or best offer. So I was just like, I could have got 2 of them. I could have bought one and then sold one to make my money back so I'd get the card for free. I was just like, I fucked up so bad.
Oh man, we have plenty of sob stories to go around, man. Holy smokes, we can all attest to those. I try to just let those go, man. And they just haunt you.
Yeah, I had one last week.
But,
if I'm not mistaken.
But
was it last week or was it the week before, Dave? I don't remember.
Young Guns. The one thing with Young Guns, Matt, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I can never find those cards in value boxes, even at card shows where the dealer sells hockey cards and has a hockey display, and they'll have like a hockey value box. There's never Young Guns rookie cards. Don't even matter the player. It could be like a really mediocre player. They're never in the value boxes. Do you find that to be the same where you're at if you go to shows?
Man, I wish we had shows in Sitka, Alaska. That would be the best thing ever, dude. But, I mean, I think we can all agree. It's just like, you know, the rated rookie Donrusses, if those had continued, or in baseball, you know, you got Topps rookies. A lot of those, they see Young Guns and they just pull them. You know, it's like, oh, yeah. That's got to be worth something. And so maybe they pull those out. But, yeah, I don't know. I think the demand for them is so high no matter who it is. I mean, I've told Dave this, like, trying to track down freaking Alfie Machode, that was a journey. I mean, there's guys that are missing just that one Young Guns from their goalie set. And who the heck is that, right? So I think people see the Young Guns and they just yank them out of their boxes thinking that they might be worth something. So.
Yeah, those losses always just...
Both Matt and Carlos, what Carlos put in the comments, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you on that, Steve. It's I have 2 that still just drive me nuts, and you know, I have to let them go. What am I going to do? You know, learn my lesson and not miss the next one, right?
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, yeah, they hurt, and you know, I can at least say I'm not like Dave or Vinny for that matter. And yes, I can say this because of exchanging text with Vinny. Missing out on multiple auctions or whatnot, and then you go rage buy.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
I tried to do that with Carter Hart. I sent an offer out for $200 on the guy that had it for $299, and it was declined within like 5 minutes, and he sent an offer for like $290. I'm like, I'm like, dude,
So why put it up for $2.99 if that's
he probably thought I was lowballing him, taking off $100, but then I sent him the link to the two that just sold, and I went up like $25. So I'm like, dude, it's only 25 less than the two combined that just sold. But he recountered with $2.90 and just said the best I can do.
You're not gonna pull a fast one on those guys.
Yeah. I'm like, nope.
Oh.
I'll wait to the next auction.
Hey, there's some old school Young Gun. Ziggy! Love that old school design. Dave or Bob, I thought you bailed, man.
No,
You show up and you leave.
That's sort of my MO. Like I just leave live streams, and leave an empty background there. I found those at the end of our show last time. Who was that?
Mm-hmm. So Brodeur, that's at a 30 or something?
10.
Crazy.
wow.
So wait.
So after our show, you said you found something.
Oh yeah, the Young Guns that I was looking for, but I wanted to. Well, no, I won't show that. I did get this. This is the Zach Ashton reset I picked up.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
It's happening.
Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, the Genso was probably my best Young Gun. The Genso.
Yeah, I'm glad that you have that.
For
He's
sure.
something else. Now you need a flurry, dude. Get on that.
Dude, I know it's. I probably should pick up Jari first.
I hate to ask, but how much is Sid the Kid?
$1,000, 800 to
Yeah.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Raw or
Raw.
Oh my god!
Raw.
Crazy, dude.
Oh my god!
And there's how many of those?
I don't think
Yeah,
you ever
those-
see anything like that. How much is a
Yeah.
trout-based tops update rookie? Going
Uh,
a couple hundred?
About that.
About that.
Yeah, about that.
Hey,
About
Grant.
that. Crosby.
Oh my god! Wow, the anomaly.
Now is Sid the most expensive, or is it still Ovi?
Sid is.
Sid is okay.
If he wins another cup, that'll be that way forever, in my opinion. If Penguins can win one more.
I was going to say, isn't Ovi a close second?
Yeah, he's up there.
Where's Malkinful?
Me and Bob were talking about that.
Yeah.
When
So
when we did the
there was
hockey
one that
stream.
sold for like $39, but
Well,
upon
I remember you mentioning that one, but normally
review, that one was the edges were pretty beat up on it. It was pretty beat. So they're 100 $120 I think all day usually.
Right.
oh,
Now-
so he's not even in the ballpark though with the other guys then.
It's from my understanding. I could be wrong, but is it when the Young Guns and specifically the Young Guns?
Mhm.
It's when you win the cup is when the price explodes on the card. Correct?
Right.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
the
baby. Oh,
that's the first
baby.
year. That's the first year.
The whole
And
run? Dang, dude.
it is not a strong checklist. I think Dave said Van Beesbrook was probably the best guy. Had Grant Fuhrer's on there as well, but
Yeah, the
Lots
match
of
just looked
feedback.
amazing, dude. That was the first year, right? I think Dominique Rousseau is my favorite one out of that. The Flyers goalie. Yeah, that one. Oh, just love it. I love it. If he had a dangler coming off that mask, that thing would be baller, man. That'd be awesome.
That is sweet.
Matt said dangler.
Yeah.
okay.
Can you do the Peter laugh from Family Guy? That would be perfect for that.
That's not the same thing as dingle balls, right?
Can I tell
Dingleberry?
a cool hobby story? So
Of course you can, Bob.
right. So thank you. I asked as I was about to say it
Yeah,
anyway.
right.
Since when have you ever had to ask for permission, Bob?
So,
Yeah.
well, what day is it? So 93,
Tuesday.
94 Don Russ hockey was the first year for hockey, Don Russ hockey, and we were the guys that just sort of scooped it up by like the hobby shops pumping it as being like an inaugural set. It's going to be a big deal. Well, be that as it may, it didn't turn out to be that kind of a set. But the elites, we opened so much of it that we were getting, we were like 7 or 8 cards into a 10-card elite set, right? The elite series. We still needed the Gretzky. So my dad and I went to a Penguin game one night, and we really did not go to many Penguin games because you just don't get that many opportunities, really. But we went, and they actually had Don Russ hockey packs selling at the game. And if you buy anything at the game, they're overpriced. So we bought like 3 or 4 packs tops, and I ended up pulling at the game the Gretzky Elite card, right? So like the whole, and this was before the game started, so the whole time I have that card. We didn't bring plastics or any kind of like soft sleeves or anything with us, so it's just
like a communion wafer,
right? It's just kind of like, every 15 minutes, where's the cards at? Where's the, like making sure they were all right and people weren't spilling their beer on it or whatever.
Jeez.
that was kind of fun.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, because that was it's still a cool card. I don't know, $30-$40 card, but back then it was the one you needed for the set, man. It was the card. I mean, it's card, but
that's still iconic. Elite Series, I put that on the iconic list.
Yep.
For insert sets, yeah, and they
absolutely.
Yep. Well, this was the first series, so this is 10 of 10. Because didn't they do like their numbering like sequentially each year? Like not the third year they started at like 30, right, or something, or 21 or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's up there because didn't all 4 sports get those inserts right for a couple of years there? Football did them too, didn't they?
I don't know if basketball didn't have Don Russ in the 90s.
No, you're right.
Nope.
Right, they didn't.
But no, baseball and football,
yeah,
both had them.
Some of those early baseball ones are pretty pricey. Yeah, that Ricky Henderson would be one I would love to get, but nah.
It's all the Brady, Bob. You could buy anything.
So it's funny you say that because I have been thinking. I'm not like I'm in the market to sell it anytime soon, but
is that the Chrome?
I told
PSA
the wife,
10.
Nah, it's the SP Authentic and a 9. But it's up there already. I didn't think it would hit 5 figures until like he went, Hall of Fame and induction. I thought that would be like it, but just because of 2020, it's now 9s have sold for between 12 and 14. I'm like,
shit,
that's crazy. And if he could somehow win and bring a championship to Tampa, I don't know.
It's going up. You have to, man. You got
to. Yeah. So I always like to say, unless he murders somebody, then I think it's not going to go down. So it's just fun to think about. But the Clemente rookie was what I told the wife. I said, when we sell it, we're going to do something for the family. Remodel, whatever, like something for us. But I said I wanted to make one significant purchase, and it was I had always had in my head that was going to be the Clemente rookie. Well, I've got that now. So like, what's that one purchase, that big ticket purchase that I might be able to do, 5 years from now or whenever that happens.
So what is it, Bob? So give us your top 5 list on your top 5 for right now. What would it be?
So I would like I'd like to add a Walter Payton rookie. I would like to add a Johnny Unitas rookie. I don't really have a desire for any big basketball cards. I have the Jordan rookie, so I thought about kind of going after all the other ones and just doing the 86 set. That might be kind of cool, I'm sure I could get those.
Nice.
There it is. That's a big card, man.
That's like one of the first certified autograph cards ever, right?
Yeah, it's a game changer. Well, the first one was the Reggie Jackson, right? Is that what gets credited? The Upper Deck one?
Yeah, the 90.
Yeah.
And then is it Hank Aaron, Ted Williams?
And Musial, there's a stand. There was like a 3-card that you mentioned Dead Guy Cardboard earlier. He did a video where it was like a 30-minute video of like 10 or 15 innovations over the years that had kind of changed the hobby. Great video. He mentions some of those like landmark things.
92 score. Yastrzemski, Musial, and then
Mickey
Mantle.
Mantle. Yeah, Mantle's in there.
Oh, that's right.
And I think we always think of 97 Upper Deck as being the first memorabilia card, but I think actually racing, there's a racing set that did something before that had a piece of the tire like in the car that like kind of maybe opened the door for the popularity of that set, like sort of opened the door for.
I think it was 96, Bob.
Yeah.
On Upper Deck. It
Oh,
was
well,
96. Yeah.
Didn't Leaf do a Frank Thomas game use type thing though before '96? I could have sworn they did.
That was
game use?
96.
That was
That was
96 as well.
96.
Okay, so that's the year it started. All right, yeah, okay.
I think Collector's Edge was the first one to get it out because they had the football and the Collector's Edge Advantage, maybe. So I want to say they had that, then they had a Super Bowl ball
That's cool.
later on.
So do you remember Wild Card? In 93, there was Wild Card Super Chrome. Do you remember that? That was supposed to be like,
No idea.
Revolutionary or whatever. It was the same, but that was the first Chrome card. I wasn't 93 finest. I mean, definitely wasn't. I'm sure that was probably the first on the market, but the first ones that I saw were 93. I was just going through some football. I got the the Bledsoe rookie, the Bettis rookie. They're kind of cool cards, and they actually, condition-wise, they're pretty good. Even surface is not like cloudy or foggy or whatever for, a first wave of, Chrome from 93. That was
And they
cool.
didn't alter like that greening.
Yeah. Or like, you leave 97 Topps Chrome, 97 Topps Chrome basketball, like, I swear it'll end up being like this after a while, or like a Sportflix card after years. Those things,
Yeah, buddy.
Bowman's best. Bowman's best is bad like that too.
Well, Dave, I have to suggest that you get a Crosby Young Guns when that day comes. I don't care what else you buy, but
dude, that would be that
come on,
actually
man.
might just have gotten bumped to the top. Because listen, my dad and I were talking about like this year, like the conversation of we don't have a Trout rookie and we don't have like a significant LeBron James rookie, like
Yeah, good luck with that.
right. So, and that's what I said. Like we may have missed the boat, and really, like we probably missed the boat on the Crosby too. Like, but that he is more of a player. Just hockey's just kind of coming back into like, my view as like a collecting option.
Wonder why.
I mean, it's what I'm almost limited to. It's what's available to me. I mean, opening product is such a big part of where my interests are. That's what I can get my hands on. That's sort of where my interests are gravitating towards. So it makes sense, but it's kind of fun. I mean, I to even look at like those early Upper Deck rookies. I was talking with a buddy on Instagram, Cardboard Underground. He's
Nice guy.
yeah, man, super dude. He's but he was asking like, did I have some of those early like Solani rookies and stuff? And he can't find his. You know what I mean? I got triples, quadruples of them, so I'm like, I can't wait to send them to him. Like, I haven't had a chance to. I got my one like hockey box of decent cards, and I haven't really been able to like enjoy them or sort of share them at all with people that actually I think like and I have an audience for it, so that's been kind of fun.
Yeah, Crosby Young Guns like at a 9 at least would be really cool, and just to have one. I've thought about it, man, but it's gonna be tough. That's a tough go.
Yeah.
I have to get rid of some A-Rods, and I don't know if I can imagine doing that. It's like Steve saying I'm getting rid of some Terrell Davis cards to get something else, it would just.
What's your prized A-Rod? I don't know. I know you're the A-Rod guy, but I don't know. I haven't seen your collection videos yet.
They're okay, I guess. But it's tough because like my motivation is in hockey, so it's hard to like really get pumped up about it.
Yeah, sure.
They're there to look at, and his prices just don't seem to be doing much. So
You just wait though. Like he's gonna be in the Hall of Fame. Don't you think? I mean,
I would hope so. I mean, I don't know. He was an idiot after he left Seattle. Big surprise, but
I think he's more popular than Jeter in New York now. So like he's doing something right.
he's trying to repair the career, man. I mean, what do you guys think? Any of McGuire and A-Rod and Simpson, all those guys belong in there or not?
It's going to be. I'm not going to say whether they should or not, because in the end, it's not up to me or you or anybody else that's here. But if Bonds or Clemens or any of those guys, McGuire, get into the Hall of Fame, then A-Rod is a sure in. I mean,
got guys that are in there already with ties to it. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't like claim that. It just it doesn't matter.
Not as publicly out there as the steroid era, so to speak.
So the more public it is, the more like it just doesn't jive with me like in the way.
And I don't disagree with that, Bob. But I'm not saying it dictates or not, because I'm going to be real with you. A lot of your athletes have done some sort of performance enhancing, whether it be banned substances, legal substances. It doesn't matter. Everybody.
I mean, even Trout has like there was a whisper of it for like a couple of days there where he did something that made the news, but it just sort of. You never heard about it again.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. It'll be interesting.
I think those guys will make it in. They've suffered enough.
They're just making them wait. I feel like that's what it is. Like one of the sports writers in Pittsburgh is an old school guy, and he's just like, look, I'll never vote for them. Like I know the argument Spawn had X amount of MVPs before his head swelled, twice the size and all that. But to him, like there's that purist sort of old school approach to it, like it or not. Dinosaurs, people say, those sports writers are the ones that have the vote, and they're, they might hold. How they were treated by them in the media or whatever, who knows what people are holding against whoever for whatever reason. So
the biggest difference is they got caught, so to speak.
That's true.
I hate to say it like that. If you're an athlete to a certain degree, you're always gonna try and find a way to get an edge. I mean, let's be realistic. That's the whole objective.
That's Montana.
So, I mean, the only difference is they got caught. And it's no different than it is in football or, basketball and illegal drugs. That's the one difference in basketball. Nobody's taken PEDs that you know of, at least not that I can ever remember being reported, but, they're usually cokeheads. So it's kind of like the adverse effect, I guess. I don't know. I look past the whole steroid thing because, you look at Bonds. Bonds was a phenomenal player even before all of that. So was McGuire. Sosa was a little less unknown. Okay, maybe that's not the right word. But the minute, he started beefing up big time and started having some competition in the whole, home run derby-esque season as it was, it's a different situation. I look at Rafael
Sammy Sosa was before '98. I mean, I don't think many people really did.
Well, most people have no idea he was drafted by the Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
rookie card is in the Rangers uni. Yep, he's got like the Jerry curls going over the helmet. Yep.
But you look at Rafael Palmeiro. I loved watching Rafael Palmeiro play.
Yeah.
But, he got busted just like everybody else. And I never thought of him as somebody who would get caught for PEDs. But, I have a hard time not arguing for him to make it into the Hall of Fame as I would for Clemens or Bonds or McGuire or
How dumb
Sosa.
is Robertson Cano? He's
How
out for-
dumb?
So
I can't answer
stupid.
that question.
I don't get that, man.
Thank God he's not on my team anymore. Thank God.
When I heard that news, though, my first thought was, well, that seals the deal. Chase Utley's the best second baseman of his era. So I was pumped. I was happy.
Yeah, he was great, and other than that slide.
See, like that's a good name right there, and
great guy.
like Utley, like even like this community type of thing. I enjoy collecting rookie cards, but like Chase Utley wasn't on my radar. But like I hear you guys talk about him and what he meant to like the Philadelphia team, and what he really means to baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pick up his rookie, or Jimmy Rollins. I didn't have a Jimmy Rollins rookie, so I'm gonna.
I think he'll go in the Hall too, Jimmy.
Yeah,
Rollins.
so like, why not spend
good.
$15 or $18 on? I don't even know what it was, but it wasn't. It was enough. It was a price that I was willing to at least pay to like have, a rookie card of that player. There's still opportunities out there and players like that. I think like Xander Bogaerts, he's probably a pretty underrated player for who how good he is.
Freddie
Freeman
was like super underrated for a really long time, and then he won the MVP this year, but I know his hobby prices kind of went like crazy this year, but prior to 2020, he was like super underrated.
Yeah, I'm sure some influencer mentioned him and said exactly that, and then that's when I just wait to sell all my Freddie Freeman stuff.
Talk about the Hall of Fame. I am so irritated with what the Hall of Fame did with Dick Allen. He recently passed away a couple days ago, and I found out like around the time that he passed that Ray was telling me, Ray from Philly, they delayed the Veterans Committee vote twice this year. Twice. And the second time they tried delaying it, Mike Schmidt apparently like wrote like a super long letter to the head of the voting board saying, hey, Dick Allen's not really in good health. Can we please have the vote so that we can find out if he's going to be in the Hall of Fame or not? And he almost got in, I think 4 years ago. He just missed it by one vote on the Veterans Committee. So the person that runs the voting, one of the presidents or something for the Hall of Fame, said, no, we're postponing it to 2021. And then, of course, Dick Allen passed away. So now if he gets in, it's going to be it's going to be after his death. Like, and it's just like such bullshit. Like, I don't understand why they couldn't have the vote digitally. I mean, it's not like people are showing up at a polling place to cast their votes. It's all done on the computer. So I don't understand why they just couldn't do the vote.
No, you got corrections for sure. That's BS there. Where if everybody else in the country can do whatever through Zoom, through StreamYard, through pretty much any sort of app like this or platform like this, why the hell couldn't they? It's the Hall of Fame. It's not like they're begging on people's doors for like handouts and donations. I mean, they're doing pretty well.
I think the Phillies got like a real sense too that his time was coming to an end because they retired his number, which is like unprecedented for the Phillies to retire somebody's number if they're not in the Hall of Fame. Like every number that the Phillies have retired, their person's in the Hall of Fame, and he was the first person that wasn't in.
Cool.
So they at least, that was like the only highlight of the Phillies 2020 season, which was a disaster. That was like the only highlight. They had like a retirement ceremony for Dick Allen and like a celebration of his career. And then they were saying during like Tom McCarthy and the Phillies broadcasters were like, the vote should be coming up soon, and we'll find out if Dick's going to make it into the Hall, which he should. And then it got pushed back.
Yeah, it is a little disappointing. Bummer. Hopefully they get him in.
I
his
think-
family can-
I think in regard, like I know you guys were talking about Bonds and Clemens and A-Rod. My personal opinion on those guys, I feel like their peers should kind of let them in. I do think those guys, Bonds and Clemens especially, I think they'll definitely get in eventually. It might not be through the Baseball Writers Association, but they're like, it seems to me a lot of players nowadays, like if you talk to any of the players in the game right now, like Trevor Bauer, he talks about how those guys are Hall of Famers, and a lot of other players playing the game right now consider those guys Hall of Famers. So I think eventually the peers will get them in.
I'd like to think so. I mean, one thing I gotta admit about Alex, is he can't. Anytime he's been asked about it, he's very much like, I screwed up. I shouldn't have done it. This is why it was a mistake, and I'm paying the price. And if I don't get in, it's my own fault. Like the fact that he has literally said, you know what, I know that I screwed up. He's not like trying to, plead and beg to try to get in. I feel like if he gets in, as compared to Rafi Palmeiro, who did he ever apologize for that, by the way? I don't even know if he did, but
I'm not sure.
I feel like, when people look at everything he did when he was clean and you take away the years that he supposedly, was doping up, which was one of his MVP years, which is really unfortunate for Texas. I mean, he was so good in Seattle, and he was very good in New York, too, when he wasn't doped up. So hopefully, and his defense wasn't bad either. So hopefully that gives him a chance at some point. And is he eligible this year or next year? I can't remember. I think it's next year, isn't it?
It might be next year.
Yeah.
I think it's next year. Because I remember them saying there wasn't really any strong new candidates on the ballot this year.
I would hope they would mention him, but
a lot of people were saying that nobody might get in this year. Like there might not be anyone that gets voted in this year.
Has that ever
That's
happened?
what I was hearing.
I saw an article that was like the last time that nobody's got in was like the 60s, I think, wasn't it?
Wow.
Schilling,
80s.
Schilling, in my opinion, would have definitely gotten in, but yet again, he did something so stupid. He got arrested for fraud. So, and he was like linked with Steve Bannon and with the border wall with like funding, and I'm pretty sure he's in jail now. So I'm like, dude, that's just going to kill you right there. You're probably not going to get in now.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Who's the strongest guy besides him that has like an outside shot of maybe making it this year? Besides Schilling.
It was just him, really.
Really.
And then people were curious to see what
Bonds
and Clemens, what they would do. People were curious about that. And then maybe Scott Rowland. I was curious to see how Todd Helton would do because he had 33% last year on his second year. So I was curious to see what jump he would get.
Is that Bob? Yeah, how about Bob Abreu, man? He's a
Bobby.
good player for a long time.
He got 6%, I think, last year, so he's still going to be on the ballot. He might get in. Who knows?
That's a tough one.
Bless you. It's the truth. He might get in.
And I'm not even saying this from like a vantage point of a Phillies fan or just like an Abreu supporter for 25 plus years. His career, when you look at the numbers, is so gravely underrated compared to like some other peers. Again, I don't have anything in front of me, but I want to see he was over 300 homers. Batting average, if it wasn't at 300, it was just above. I want to stay close to what were they doing? Was it 300 or 400 steals? I don't know how many RBIs. That's probably like 1,500-ish. He had impressive years, but they were on a Phillies team that was just so dog shit awful.
It's true.
You're sitting in last by the end of May by 15 games. Who cares? That was his problem he had. And I mean, he had some success in New York, and then when he went out to the Angels, but then he sort of bounced around. I think the Mets, he had a cup of coffee there, and then maybe one other spot before you hung him up. But if his big years would have been played in some big media market, even St. Louis, If he was a St. Louis Cardinal, he'd be getting more than 6% of the vote.
Oh, here it is. Sorry.
4 hours later.
I know, man.
You a dumbass.
I was going to say Bob's looking for something.
So these are the three youngest.
Another one.
Wait, so this is one guy, Andrew Portorolaki.
Are we pronouncing hockey names again?
Yeah, right. Portorolaki. Yeah, for
Oh, it is a hockey name. Okay.
17-18 Series 2. He's a center for the Hurricanes at that time.
No idea.
Yeah, no idea, right? Rudolph Balcers. That's 1920. Rudolph Balcers for the Senators. I think Dominic Kubalik for the Blackhawks, and then Cody Glass for the Vegas Knights. I think that was the one that I think that might be like a $10 one or $15.
Yeah, that was a decent one. That's a decent one. Yeah.
Cody
Kubalik finished, I think, second or third in the Rookie of the Year voting.
Who did?
Kubalik.
Really?
Yeah.
Roy is eligible, or no? Did he make it already? I'm sorry, man.
No, he made it already.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, the year after he passed, I believe he made it. Yeah, or
I
something.
love that card.
Yeah, that's dude. He's so good.
This is something that I actually happened to stumble across.
T-Mac
Hall of
refractor.
Fame, baby.
Rookie refractor.
That's
like one of the worst, in my opinion. Like that design of just like, because the veterans are all. It's just like a gold basketball. Half of like the whole card. This is a gold basketball. Not too innovative.
So, Ed, I am going to go ahead and ask just so I can make sure I put it aside. You being a Philly guy, and I know you like AI, do you have a Topps rookie?
Yeah, I
by
do.
chance?
I got one recently
Okay.
in a PSA 9, and then I got the 50th anniversary. I submitted, came back at SGC 8.5.
I was just curious because I'm sitting on like 10 of them. So if you didn't have one, I was going to send you
raw
one.
ones are always
But I'm all
nice.
good. Thanks, Steve.
You bet.
This is kind of an oddball card.
Daniel Murphy?
Dale Murphy.
Oh, Dale Murphy. Okay, sorry. I was like,
Nobody collects Daniel Murphy.
batting champ, dude.
I loved watching him play in Atlanta.
He was a. Did he play? He played catcher a little bit, didn't he? Or first base? I'm trying to remember. Or outfield. I can't remember. Who am I? I'm thinking of Gary Carter. Sorry, I'm thinking of Gary Carter.
He was an outfielder.
80s knowledge is no good. Clearly.
Murphy was an outfielder. But I loved watching him for the Braves.
This guy might get in.
Loved watching him for the Braves.
I love that set, by the way. Absolutely love that set.
Scotty?
These cards were so cheap a couple years ago. They're probably more money now.
All those sets that Roland was in, Rick Ankiel was in, and man,
nice.
they're so much fun to pick up. That 50th, that anniversary autograph set is ridiculous. So good.
I want to get the Jeter. Roland's on a duel with like Derek Jeter. I really screwed up. I should have probably bought that like a year ago. Because if Roland gets in, it's going to be 2 Hall of Famers, and it's just going to be stupid.
That's what, co-signers?
Yeah, I think it's
98 or 99.
Might be 98. There's some of them though, Dave. There's some of those cards where the autograph, I don't know who had the card, but the autograph's like dried off the card. There's some examples of that card. It just looks like shit. I was like, what did the person do with the card?
Well, leave it in the sun too, right?
Yeah.
It's a big fader. I mean, yeah.
Well, they didn't.
Autographs out for display.
They didn't use the best pens or markers either because those cards are a chromium finish.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So it's one of those in which if you don't use the right marker or pin, that shit's just going to fade away in time.
I have an example of a card that was a redemption card in '97 where the auto is really good, and you can tell like when you see cards like that right there that have a nice like bold autograph from '97 and they haven't faded, you can tell that people have actually stored these correctly because I've seen a lot of these. A-Rod had a lot of '97 on card autograph redemptions, and some are really bad. And I feel like, man, especially when you get any of those autos from the '90s or early 2000s, you just got to put them away in a dark hole because they
So
fade so easy.
A-Rod 2000 autographics.
Okay,
That might be one I'd be picking up in the near future.
2000 autographics.
Yeah, Skybox autographics.
Yeah, okay, I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah, good card.
I like that one.
Yeah,
Oh,
baby.
John Kruk.
Dude, Tribute
Big
is
old
always
boy.
such a great product. Look how clean that autograph is.
Yeah, I agree. Tribute, man. Even the base cards are they used to be like super shiny, and I hope Topps does that again. They used to be some of the best base cards that ever came out. Is that Ruiz?
Yeah.
Nice. I always remember him getting that final out on that no hitter because it was a dribbler in front of the plate, and I think it was Brandon Phillips, and he runs fast.
Yes, you're
kinda,
right.
crawled out there and grabbed it and threw it off his knee and nailed him. I was like, that's such a tough play. That is such a tough play.
I went to the game after that, and Mike O was actually at that game. But I went to the game 2 where Jay Bruce lost the ball in the lights/rally towels. And he dropped it.
That's a bummer. Oh, I love how you showed John Crick. Is that Randy Johnson in the top left? It's not, though. It kind of looks like him. I don't think it is, but that would be a good tie-in.
No, there's Maglio, Sean Green,
Sean Green.
your boy Greg guy up here, Salmon, and Abreu.
You got any
Looks
Von
like
Hayes
gold.
autos, Wes?
Oh yeah, I got Von Hayes. I'll grab one. Here's one. The great what if. Dominic Brown.
Oh,
Ooh.
jeez. That's right.
Now-
He was supposed to be a beast.
This guy right here was ranked over Mike Trout. He was ranked above Mike Trout by Baseball America.
He's like the Sam Bowie of baseball.
Fun fact about Dominic Brown: in 2009, the Toronto Blue Jays tried to trade Roy Halladay straight up for Dominic Brown to the Phillies, and we said no, and we got Cliff Lee instead. Dominic Brown, always the great what if.
Oof. Those guys I
Cliff
find...
Lee wasn't
Okay.
bad.
Oh yeah, he was good. Cliff Lee was good, but they didn't. If they would have had Holiday and Lee that year, they would have. They might have beat the Yankees. Who knows?
Those are so nice, Dave. Those are all the Ichiro cards that I learned about. Now I've completely had to let that go. So
Where the hell's Von Hayes at?
It's like I'm still trying to pick up Abreu's regular Bowman's best rookie, and then Dave does a video where he shows it and the refractor and the atomic refractor or something.
yeah, but it's Dave, dude. He's got freaking the best of the best of
It's-
every guy.
It's been
I think one of those you just showed was pristine, right?
a good year for every Abreu. I
feel like
might
he's a
have one. I don't even know.
I feel like Abreu is one of those guys, kind of like Ankiel, Dave, that nobody really thinks about unless it's a set collector. So you can get a lot of stuff for really cheap, even nowadays. That's a sweet autograph. Look at
There's
that.
one guy that's been selling a ton of his stuff, and mostly where I've been getting it. But there's select things that have been absolutely insane. I mean, the stuff where you're like, okay, this will be a $10, $12 thing. I'll bid it. I'll put a $28 bid just to make sure. Nope. I'm the third place bidder. I'm like, what? And that's been all year. But it's been mostly the Philly stuff, so I'm happy because all that Astro stuff is the the inverted mirror images and then the totally certified gold.
Here's the investment tip. Keep Brian Hayes.
I think I've got one of those.
Go ahead, Ed. Take that one. That one's for free, Ed. That one's for free.
Bob has said it. Watch out. Price is going up double tomorrow. Dude, can you imagine having that kind of influence, Bob, where you say that when cards go up? That'd be just like ridiculous, man.
I mean, geez, it would be hard not to like make that work in your favor. Like, I'm gonna load up on a guy. I'm gonna load up on Bobo, and then I'm gonna say that he's the guy to invest, and then just triple with my money like overnight. Never mind.
No, Bob, it's got to be like random no-name guys that.
Oh, you're right.
The last pick in the draft, or Mr. Irrelevant or whatever, if they make a card or some crap like that. That's because you can invest in those for pennies on the dollar.
I think the Mike O comment earlier where was invest in Mike Trout and sell Bobby Bonilla. Like, that's the advice that you're getting from channels today. Like, no kidding.
I listen to not regular, so I'm going to rephrase it. I listen to people's opinions on Project 2020, and that cost me, so I will never listen to anybody's opinions on cards unless it's people like this. It's just so stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. Nobody does.
There's your Von Hayes, Bob.
That's the only certified autograph card of Von Hayes.
I can't. You found
that exists?
Bob, he found it. You asked and he did it.
Wait, that's the only one that exists in your collection?
That's the only one that exists in my collection. The only one Topps made. It's from 2012.
Is that in archives?
I think so.
Oh man, I gotta.
Dude, I love that product because they make like super obscure autographs of
You can get Kevin Moss. The Kevin Moss on the 90 Topps, man. I wanted that one, but it was like it sold for like $28. I'm like, I don't want it that much.
This is one of my most obscure Phillies autographs. This is from Heritage. This is like really obscure. Frank Torrey, Joe Torre's brother.
That is pretty obscure.
Very
I didn't even
obscure.
know he played.
I honestly either.
But that just shows that he's like a true fan of that team. You know what I mean? I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Dude, I got so many like.
It's like me having a Rennie Stennett autograph.
This guy's not obscure. This is a real good one. Tug McGraw.
Oh yeah.
Nope.
The Tugger.
I think
that's like nope.
He was he was the closer for the 1980s Phillies. He recorded the final out against the Royals and got the Phillies their first World Series.
Okay, there you go. See, that's as a fan of like a team, yeah, I can relate to guys like that, like a Jay Buhner or somebody who did something awesome for the Mariners.
And his son, I think, is what, Tim McGraw?
I went through my box, and this is my only Bobby Abreu autograph. I thought I had way more.
I got an Abreu autograph.
I thought I had way more. He was in a bunch of products recently, too.
Yeah, he's been in the last few years.
I was going to say, you mentioned Bobby Abreu autographs. Here goes Dave.
I was going to say, I can't participate in this, man.
I can't either.
What about
I don't do baseball.
This is kind of a dumb card.
Hey, look at that. That is the best card I've seen all night.
Wow.
Yeah, buddy.
I don't know what Topps was thinking with this one. They have the facsimile autograph right below the real autograph.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're a super collector. Is that Charlie Morton? Yeah, it is Charlie, isn't it?
Yeah, he only started like 2 games for the Phillies, so I'm like, dude, I got to have this card.
Yeah, I definitely know who that is. Well, since he showed him, that means I can show like Tampa Bay pitcher then, right?
Oh, yeah. Show away.
Do we have to?
No, we don't have to. I mean,
Is another oddball
I don't know. I feel
kind
like
of card.
jerk for showing that.
Is that Aaron Nola?
Yeah, let's have a card of a pitcher batting.
That is pretty cool. And he made Dynasty. How did Aaron Nola make Topps Dynasty?
He did a
You know
couple times.
how much those boxes are? Dave, I want to say thank you for showing that, and hopefully nobody that collects hockey is watching, because I've been waiting for my guy's card of that to pop up for like a year, and it finally did.
Z Team? Is that
Yeah,
the
dude.
Z Team?
Yeah, and they're tough, but they're not.
That's one of my favorite die cuts.
No.
Oh yeah, Pro Bowl, Crown Royal. Yeah.
That's a
Pacific
toughie.
is okay. Well, I'll just springboard off that then. And show the Pacific card. This one came in the mail yesterday. I actually got a ComC order, believe it or not. I live close
Nice.
enough to him that it comes in. But I mean, this is for Steve. Steve, I don't know how it is in football, but baseball, Revolution, that set, and hockey. Oh man, even the base cards are just baller. I mean, you know what I'm talking about? Revolution. I mean, I feel like they. But the first year they did Shadow Series. I've been after this for a while, and I swear this guy did this. This was listed at $400 on ComC for a long time, and then he kept dropping the price. He finally brought it down to $30. So it took me a long time to find it, but there it is. The Shadow Series of A-Rod, and I don't care what sport. I feel like Revolution was awesome in all the sports they did for Pacific, and dude, I love that design. So, Steve, is Pacific something that you have a lot of, respect for as a design?
Oh yeah. No, Pacific was way ahead of their time, and
I love those, Dave. Those
I wish, I can only wish that somehow, shape, form, or fashion, Pacific would make a comeback.
I mean, legit, right?
I loved Pacific. Their
Oh,
card
dude,
designs.
That was who outbid me. I was wondering who outbid me on that. Cool.
No,
Dave.
this was a buy it now best offer, and I
Oh, was it?
dickered with the guy, and I got it for like $4.75.
Well,
Nice.
I'll make you a deal. You've been waiting to buy something from me, and I like that card. So you pay for shipping, and I'll ship everything to you, and you can send me that. I would really like that card. I mean, Paul Korea is awesome, but it's one of those things. He's kind of like a side Dave PC. You know what I mean? Like
They had the
Put him
super
in.
power up, and I missed that. That's just the regular one. The super
it
power,
is?
the super power. They had a bunch of those, and I bid, I think, on every one of them, and I lost them all because I think I showed Steve that, and I'm like, another good night of hockey results. I'm like, what the hell? Because I was like, if nothing else, give me the LaFontaine. I'll take that or the Gilmore.
Yeah.
Good. Nope. Everything. It was just, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I would really like that one. Okay, is that Chase? Yeah, it is. That's a beautiful card. That's got to be from. Is that just a Topps card, or is that from some other?
It's a diamond anniversary insert from Flagship.
Yeah, like the
Man.
2011.
Yeah. It's 6 out of 60. Top 60th anniversary autograph.
Did he
Diamond
put the
anniversary.
congrats on there too with the pen?
Yeah, I thought that was kind of strange that he did that, but it says congrats.
No, but that's awesome, dude. I've never seen anything like that. I like that kind of stuff.
I got
So-
this from Bob Barf, his dealer friend at the Philly show.
That's funny. Sorry, I've never heard that name.
So to quote Dave exactly in the dumpster fire that he called in his loss of multiple items,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how many kicks to the dick I ordered, but I don't think it's been a solid week's worth of them.
It was horrible. I mean, the two Pacific Brodeurs I got just backhanded on. Then all that Fleer metal stuff. That there's like 8 or 10 options of that guy, and then I think there's like 6 or 8 more. And then Thursday, I mean, I don't even want to say how many I bid on. I didn't figure I'd win a quarter of them.
Right.
But, I mean, I got just smoked from TNT. Everything was just getting knee to the
Chase.
forehead.
Nice. Is that a rookie auto right there?
Yeah, this is one of it. This is I guess like his rookie auto to get. This card's been getting stupid. Right on the second. Yeah, I bought this maybe like 4 or 5 years ago for like $25 when he was like declining with the Dodgers and like being like a backup guy. I got it for cheap, but now I think you can get this for like maybe $100. I don't really see them pop up raw. They're mostly graded, and this card grades terrible. If you get this card, don't grade it. It grades like shit.
Yeah, and he doesn't have, I don't think, tons upon tons of autos out there.
Yeah, he doesn't sign anything.
That was the same with McCutcheon. I went through a phase where I really enjoyed watching him play and wanted to get a card of his, and he just does not have a lot of certifieds out there at all.
I think I've got 05 Bowman Heritage. That's what I think the McCutcheon I've got.
There he is. Nice. I mean, I think recently he's signed more for sure, but like Pirate stuff, he doesn't. Like on card, there's maybe like a handful. There's hardly any. That's a cool card.
Yeah, there's 52.
Those look cool, Dave.
The 52 inserts. Dude, that card was so expensive. I overpaid out the ass on that card.
No, did you?
I think I paid like $80 for that card.
Oh, man.
What I've talked about before and like the hockey stuff where I don't want to get the newer.
Yeah, that stuff looks so cool though, man, because it looks just like the original, you know.
And it wasn't. I think for the 2 Datsukes, I paid like under 20 shipped.
Right.
For 2 superscripts, it's so tough.
Are you talking about Pavel?
You know, you're the oracle of the hockey card collecting.
I know a lot of the 90s guys. I know who they are.
That one dude had a ton of stuff, and he's been listing in waves too. And I don't want to go hard after him because, again, like we've said before, if we've got some main PC or main couple, we don't want to go for the outliers, spend like $30-$40 on something. Then guess what comes up on an auction you really want. So
that's why I haven't strayed.
I've been bidding moderately on some of this, but I lost I think a 13-14 Prism Red, which I really like because again the Red Wings, the red Prism, I'm like that looks nice. There's some other stuff and I'm just like ugh. I shouldn't even look at the dude's auctions, but I keep going back to it and it's like just stop it, you dumbass. You're just gonna spend more money on stuff you like but you don't need. You've already got a lot of them.
Yeah, that's why you got to collect. Like instead of like collecting a side PC that's expensive, you just there it is.
Sticker, but
yeah.
It's still. I mean,
he doesn't have many with the dreads, dude. That's when he's in like top form.
I've got a rookie card of his. I don't know what it's from, but it looks like he's in.
Many.
It looks like he's in pajamas. I think it's an upper deck. I have to find it, but. It's pretty hilarious. I think it was like a throwback uniform or something, and it just looks so funny.
I think I went to his major league debut, McCutcheon.
I was at the game that he came his first game back to PNC Park as a San Francisco Giant, and that was a pretty special moment. It was probably the most significant moment in recent memory for me at a sport event.
That's pretty
I don't get to many of them, and that one sticks out for sure.
I forgot to turn the Christmas lights off. Had to turn off.
No more beer, Ed?
No, get some water. I'm thirsty.
Drink beer.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, I think McCutcheon hit his first home run because we watched, I think, all 3 games in that series. The first game we were out in left field at the Metrodome. The second game we were in like third baseline. And then, of course, he basically hit the home run right where we were at the previous game. And those idiots threw it back. I'm like, that's his first home run.
Wow.
Dipshits. And then the third game, I think, who was it? Jeff Karsten, I think, the starting pitcher.
Oh, jeez. What a name.
Sounds like a pirate.
Oh, there's a kid like 2 rows in front of us that kept yelling, Karstens. It's like no, he doesn't even care about you, dude. He's getting ready to lose 8-0, so just let him relax.
There was a time that this was the biggest card in my collection. Remember that one?
93 Fleer rookie sensation.
Larry Johnson.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
You want to work out a trade? I'm actually thinking about doing that set. I have a couple from that set.
The Ricky Sensation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just send it to you, dude. I got a stack for you already. I'm getting my Christmas presents in order. I actually got a stack for everybody in this video.
Pumped, man.
No, because since I've been sorting through all this stuff, and some of this actually, as I alluded to before, is my father's, my deceased father's collection. And a lot of the basketball older sets, he had started. So now I have it in my mind that now I want to complete them. And that happens to be one of them. I think he had only like 3 of them because they were tough as hell pulls.
Who else is Matumbo in that?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even bothered to look at the checklist, Bob.
Probably like Steve Smith,
Nasty.
Stacey Ogman. What was that one, Dave?
Ogman would have been in there. I think Dikembe would be. I think he's the same.
Billy Owens. I think Billy Owens was in there.
Billy Owens is another one, I think.
That's sick.
4 of 10 on that thing.
Ooh.
What is
Is
that?
that the
from?
unit?
Yeah.
Is that tribute?
A big unit.
It's got to be tribute with that design.
Yeah. Tribute. I think that was under $10.
This was my recent card show purchase. My last card show purchase from 2020.
Wait. That was.
Is that Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
Choice. After that game he had, his cards are sure to go up.
This was on. I bought this on Friday, and there was a lot of like the guy I bought this from. I always buy from him. He's like a really, really, really good dealer. Super fair on prices, and he had a pretty much a showcase of Hertz. He had a lot of Hertz cards. It was funny because the show before, back in October, he had all Carson Wentz cards, and he didn't have one Carson Wentz card he was selling. It was all Hertz, and this was the cheapest one in the showcase. So I was like, hey, if I buy this, so I bought a couple other cards. I'll show them off in a video or whatever. But I was like, if I buy this, can you, what's the best price for this and like a couple other cards? And I wind up getting like a bunch of cards and this for like $80.
That's pretty good. Especially now. What isn't that card like $150 now?
Dude, I checked it. I think this one just sold for like $120 or something.
Yeah.
But he was telling me that he's like, dude, I can't. He's like, you're a good customer and everything, but I really can't take that much off because if he has a good game, it's gonna like double in price. I'm like, yeah, I understand. I'm like, we're all speculating here. Like, he could do real good or he could do real bad, and then.
But on the flip side, though, that's PC for you though too.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep that one, and that's not going nowhere.
But that's also the difference that, some of these dealers, I've only been to two card shows, 3 in my whole life. One was at my high school when I was a kid, and I didn't know much then. So it was, mid 90s. Same thing where I got my 93 SP Bledsoe that I've shared that story before. But I had gone down to the one down in Houston and met Ryan RBI crew. I should say RBI and then crew 7. But I went down there with a Scoth 2244, and I was mostly there from a wax perspective anyway, so I didn't really go around looking at a bunch of showcases or whatnot. But I can only imagine what dealers have to deal with, that's like my PC. Well, how do I know that that's your PC? Why are you trying to finagle a deal for something that's PC when, in fact, I know there's always the possibility that you could turn around and, flip it for X.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you can't even nowadays. There's no way you can't take it.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Unless somebody knows you, they're not gonna know. You can feed them all the BS in the world that you want,
Right.
and it's they either take your word for it or they don't. So
I was kicking myself in the ass a little bit though because like for Hertz, for example, like. this card was probably like prior to the season was probably maybe like 35, $40, maybe. And most of Hurts's autos were under 50 and under because everyone's like, well, he's not going to start over Carson Wentz. He's just going to ride the bench. So, but then as soon as it was announced he was starting, all the money, all the suits, baby. Where's my speculators, my investors coming in? It was funny because during the whole game, Bob, I was messaging Philbinson. I'm like, buy. I kept sending them links and stuff. I'm like, buy. And they wind up winning. They won against the number one defense. They won against the Saints. I'm curious to see how they do this week, though, against the Cardinals with Murray. That should be interesting.
Yeah, this week was interesting for football.
Here's that one.
Oh, beautiful. Hollowview.
That set design is just insane.
94 SP Hollowview.
The one thing I always hear about this set is it has what? Is Griffey in this set?
Mm-hmm. Jordan's in there too.
Jordan, Bo Jackson, Griffey, A-Rod's rookie year, you know.
Yep.
I'm looking at this, I'm like, this might be gradable. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a nice card, Dave.
I remember that card, and that was like a big A-Rod card to get back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
That was the card.
My die cut is probably, I mean, the chipping on it.
They're like, impossible to find raw anymore. I mean, without some kind of chipping, dude.
I mean, mine is. It's still like, I'm pleased. It's probably a 7.5, maybe. You know, I don't know how. With that card, I think they're probably pretty strict. But yeah, I'm happy to have it, man.
Yeah,
we bought a ton of that. I think I got like 7 of those A-Rods. They're all raw, and they all have got. None would probably grade better than an 8. I pulled the best one out, and I'm going to send it off and see what I get. See if I can get an 8 on one of them.
That'd be good. A solid grade on that card because the chipping on those SPs is just craziness, dude.
Yeah, but with condition sensitivity, sometimes for something, are they even a little bit lenient when it comes to certain things on like condition sensitivity?
No,
because I mean, there's some cards.
Not on that card. Not on somebody's like premier rookie card. I would say no.
And the standards probably have gotten more strict, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, definitely, because they all know most people are grading cards. More people are grading cards for money now, so they really want to.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
I'm okay with that. Like, I'd rather the 10 continue to carry that. Like, well, I mean, I'm I sell 10s, I buy 9s. You know, so I like that premium. I know people hate it, but I don't have to get. I'm not a registry guy, so great overall grade point average, those types of things doesn't even register on my collecting radar. So, and if it's PC, I could care. I might not even care to get it graded.
I think the best, we want consistency. Just grade consistent across the board, no matter what company you're sending to.
That's so hard to know unless you do a lot of it. I don't know how many cards you send in, Bob or Dave or Wesker, but yeah, I've never done it, and it'd be so hard for me to be disappointed unless I was like, well, that looked like an 8, and then I get a 7. How do I know? So it's all you guys that grade a lot that would know and have looked at graded cards. I have a handful.
I mean, it's kind of one of those if anything catches my eye as quote unquote flaw, then I choose not to. I'm a super critical. I'm of the Mike O school. If I can see it, then they're gonna see it. It's not right. Oh, maybe they won't hold it in the light that way, and they won't see what I'm seeing. No, they're gonna see it. I think just people are. I don't know if they're grading harder or just that people are getting sort of like
They're lowering the
they're
standards.
just a little careless of like, I'm gonna send. I just opened it out of a pack. Of course, it's a 10. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't it be? And we know that that's a fallacy for sure.
Let me send my whole stack of base cards from this box in for grading.
Right.
Come on, man.
It's not gonna happen.
I mean, I hate to knock anybody's style of collecting it.
Sure.
Come on, man.
Hey, Matt, so you probably, I don't know how your A-Rod Texas Rangers collection is.
It doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
nor does a Yankees one.
you don't have that.
Nope. And it would look, where it would look really good in your PC. It would look
Why?
awesome there.
I don't even like them in other uniforms.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I can handle a Yankees picture, but a Rangers uniform? Come on, man. I first of all, you have to draw the line somewhere so you don't spend money. Second of all, he freaking left, man. Like he was doing awesome in Seattle. Griffey left. Like, can you imagine him in that lineup with Ichiro and all those guys in 01? That team would have dominated even more. Like, it would have been ridiculous. Maybe not, but
$250 million. That's a big number.
I don't think they could have won more games though in 2001. Jesus,
they needed pitching. They sucked in the playoffs. That's got to be. Is that Terrell with that crazy autograph? It is, isn't it? Oh, I see the Davis now.
So I gotta show off some autos here. Dave's favorite set.
Oh, I love that set. That is.
I have any big autos. My biggest auto is like a Lemieux auto, probably.
Are we going to pretend to be the 90s baseball group right now and just keep one-upping each other? I need to prepare myself.
I'm surrounded by nothing but like top-loaded in magnets.
Dang, that card was disgusting, dude. What's that numbered out of?
20.
How could that be numbered out of 20 with a sick, disgusting patch? That's insane.
Because they were unloading their crap.
Oh, one of those deals. Like Upper Deck when they did Ultimate in 09, that product was insane. Those jumbo patches. My goodness.
I don't know that. I'm like new to the whole patch game.
Good. Oh, wow. Steve, have you done like a recent video with just all that stuff? Because I loved TD back in the day. There's a 101. Okay.
No, it's 7 of 7. 7 of 7. No, I haven't gotten to the autos and stuff yet. I'm still. There's you a 101.
nasty. Nasty.
Well, I'm going to show one card before I go because on Tuesdays, my family and I, we do a StreamYard on my channel.
It's only like 5 o'clock at your night.
Yeah.
Where you're at.
May seem weak, and I'll let you go, Matt. But may seem weak, but there's only 2 of those in existence.
I love the design though. Is that a sticker or is it on card?
No, it's a sticker, unfortunately.
Gosh, if they did
but
sticker
it's
on
What about that?
1 of 2.
Oh, Jared Lorenzen autograph?
I was going to show this card, but I had to put it away after that. I don't know, man. No, it's been an amazing year, man, and I'm excited to, I was talking to Bob today. I did an experimental video yesterday that Dave loved more than anybody. Let's just say that. Dave was a huge fan, and Bob was a decent fan. But, like telling the stories of the cards is also exciting, and I would have never guessed I'd collect a pitcher in the big leagues, let alone a pitcher on the Tampa Bay Rays. Like, it just sounded so ridiculous, but I love watching the dude play. But this was insane. I never thought I would own a 101, let alone a patch, a logo patch, and
That is gorgeous.
That's glass now, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Who thankfully sucked in the World Series because this ended right after his second start, and if he would have thrown 2 6, 7 inning shutouts, I'd have been in trouble. Is that Blakey?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't know how we feel about him yet.
Yeah. So, anyways, it's been a heck of a year, man. And Steve, I don't know if you guys are doing it. I just want to give a recommendation. I hope Dave does it because he always does videos. But I would love to see everybody's top of the year because I feel like this year has been completely outrageous. That's why Bob was on the channel doing an interview. It's this has been one of the most intense, up and down, amazing years that I think any of us have ever experienced as collectors. And Dave, I didn't bring you on for an interview because like your videos are like 20 to 30 minutes, so they're like a half interview anyway. So I figured you'd take care of that yourself.
You don't need to worry. I'll have, and I don't know if I'm going to segment it. I mean, I could have 25. I could have 50 brodeurs on there because I mean, I picked up pretty much everything I own brodeur this year.
Right.
I mean, I have like 3 or 4 cards, but that's it.
Holy
That's
shit.
it.
Oh wow.
Those aren't 101s, guys.
That's crazy. What are
five?
they? Numbered at 5?
3?
50.
What?
They're numbered to 50.
They must have just patched the whole jersey out and included those for some lucky. Yeah, I would think everybody should do it. Like this year, the top 25s, top 50s, even Dave. I mean, they're going to be some of the nastiest top videos ever. You know what I mean? It'll look like a collection top 25, not just this year.
I
Well,
could do
Dave
it.
and our. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I could do a top 10 probably top 10 Forsberg, 25 Abreu, probably a top 10 Josh Johnson, 25 to 50 Brodeurs, and then just like a top 25 random card.
All right.
And I mean, I'd still have more cards I could show. It's just as shitty as a year as it's been for the hobby. Just absolutely incredible.
Right. No, it's been crazy.
I might have to
Well,
do that. I might do a top 5.
Well, the plan was, and keep me honest, Dave, is not next week's episode, but the following was going to be like the recap video from a collection perspective, as far as like our top pickups for the year. And we're planning on doing that on the podcast. So that'll kind of take the place of me doing my own video to a certain degree. Just because it's going to be a combined type of showcase.
Be interesting, Dave, if you could, some YouTube channels, they piece out segments and like post them as their separate videos. I wonder if there'd be a way to like chunk out his showcase and like also post it after this goes live. That would be kind of cool. Just so, people could go and watch that Porter, at least tag it. Can't you break up YouTube videos? Can't you like break them up now, right? In like segments?
As well, if you have video editing, which you can do with some of your normal run-of-the-mill, off-the-street video editing software, the only biggest concern I would have is the only way that we could make that work is if like Dave did his completely, and then I would do mine, and then I could strip out my part after I downloaded the entire podcast, and then I could strip out my portion, I guess, so to speak, and then upload it on my channel if I wanted.
You guys could actually do this. You could do Dave's, stop the video, and then just come back live like 5 minutes later, start yours. Stop it. Bob's liking this. And then, but then it would be 2 different, chunks at least. My organized teacher brain wants that so badly because Bob's laughing because I'm like, load up a 4-hour video, like, okay, keep searching for this, And
if nothing else, I'd have like some, like on Sports Cards Live, he'll have like, okay, here's this topic conversation at 21:40. Here's the other one at 43:40, like a pinned comment where it has like a timeline. So
timestamps.
I'm just motivating for organization. I can't help it. Sorry. Oh man, Dave's like, what are you talking about, dude?
So Matt, I will try and do you a solid. The cards that I show on the podcast, I will do my best to ensure that I put up a video and highlight what I highlight in the podcast.
Well, I'm only requesting that not as much for me, but my dad really liked Terrell Davis too, and I'm slowly pulling him into cards. Like I'll send him a card that comes in. He's like, dude, that's awesome, So I think he would, and I know Bob appreciates this. He would really appreciate seeing that because he, loved that. So that'd be cool.
Matt, I will do that. And just FYI, if he's a Terrell Davis guy, I do have 3 parts of the Terrell Davis PC Showcase uploaded already.
Oh, do you?
I'm only through 97, so I've got a ways to go. And that's only base, inserts, parallels, and memorabilia. The autos and the patches, that'll be in its own video, and that won't be until the end. So I still have a ways to go. So if he gets bored and wants to watch something, he'll have something to watch if he wants to see a lot of Terrell Davis stuff.
His stamina for watching videos, I mean, he makes it through about 10 minutes of a podcast. He's like, all right, guys, see ya. You know, like, that's why, honestly, part of the reason I made that video yesterday of Tebow is that's something that, as a guy who makes music, he can sit down and he can enjoy the music, but also see the cards and not, like, know that he's committed for 6 minutes and he's good. So it was kind of a video for him. But, yeah, that'd be great. I would love to see that, man. Yeah. Terrell Davis was awesome to watch, so that would be cool.
I have some pretty nice stuff. At least I think.
I don't doubt it.
Decent.
Yes, thank you, Dave.
It's decent.
Oh my gosh, I was like, who is this guy, man? That was funny. Bob's being all diplomatic. He's like, well, you know, yeah, I like this and this, and Dave's like, yeah, whatever.
Decent.
Perfect, dude. Yes. It's decent. It's decent.
PSA 2-level comment.
This is nasty.
So at least it wasn't a 1.
That's true. There's some good standards. I mean, and my comment was perfect because I see that all the time in eBay listings, Bob. PSA 9 should be a 10. It's like,
Right.
oh, okay, I'll buy that.
I always like the raw version, the raw sales where it's like PSA 10 question mark.
I know. I saw that on a Tebow base card. And
Meanwhile, it's like 70-30 centering. You know,
that would be cool, Paul.
At some point in time, Paul, yes, I do have my Instagram. I just haven't started posting anything yet. Be patient. Be patient.
Right.
I would maybe do a top 5 for me. I most of the stuff I pick up, it doesn't like jump in value too much, but there is like one card that like instantly came to my mind. Like if we're purely talking value wise for 2020, it was this card. This card I bought in January for $120, shipped off eBay. And the reason I bought it off eBay was because at the time I tried to buy it at the Philly show, and I was so pissed off that this dealer would not come down on his price. If for a raw copy of this card, he had it for like 110, and I offered him 90, and he like laughed at me and was like, "You're crazy. It's a gem copy." I'm like, "Well, it's not a gem if I send it in for PSA." I was like, I could get the 10 for a little more than that. Well, go buy it off eBay, buddy. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to do that. So I went home that day and I rage bought this for 120.
Rage bought it.
And I'm pretty sure this is going up 10x. So this is like $1,000 now.
wow.
The Gem Mint 10 Chrome update, Mookie Betts.
Jeez.
Nice.
You're crazy, buddy.
Well, the dealer, I mean, he must have had an inkling into the future.
That's great. Like, so that happened to me recently where I don't know if you just discovered that card. So this.
Take it easy, Matt.
Yeah.
Later.
Have a good one, Matt.
Yep. You too. Thank you.
So that guy right there, right?
Yep, Jimmy Brown.
Brown, PSA 3. This was a 3 to 4, maybe like high $400 card for the longest time. And then I saw Scotty Traditions video of his top whatever. And he said that's like a $1,200 card now in a PSA 3. And I had no idea that it had made that kind of a jump. You know what I mean? I don't always look up those like these like I don't know cards that I'm not really like trying to sell. I don't really know what their value is, I guess. But it's nice to know that it was cool to like hear that and be surprised, like to still be surprised by a card that's just been in your collection for 30 years or 27 years. That it can still like the market can still kind of like shock you and be like, holy cow, that's like 3 times as what it was last time I looked it up, or last time I kind of looked what it was selling for. That was cool.
The temptation to sell that card crept in for me this year, though. Like, because when the Dodgers were making their playoff run, and there was talk about Mookie Betts potentially being the MVP, and then the Dodgers were going to the World Series, that card kept going up and up, and I'm like, well, I paid $120 for it, and I'm like, Ed, you are not selling this fucking card. This card is PC. It's staying in the collection. Do not get tempted by the charlatans and the money. You're not selling this.
Now, here, let me ask you this: if you had a raw copy, a duplicate, but it was raw, you knew it wasn't a Gem Mint 10, but you had it, and it was probably a good 9 candidate, but you weren't really worried about like getting it graded. Would you be more inclined to sell the 10 if you had a raw copy?
Yeah, I have that actually with the base. I have a 9 and a 10 for the base paper of Mookie, but I haven't sold either one of them. I have just kept them because
that's fine. I mean,
yeah, I maybe down the line I would love in the ideal world I would love to sell one to get a Trout update to finally get that fucker back in the collection. I would love to do that, but that whole purchase of the Chrome update was motivated in part because of all those videos I did hunting for Mookie Betts rookie cards.
Yeah.
I'm like this, and actually this was before he got signed to the Dodgers. He was still on Boston at the time back in January, and the whole time I'm like, dude, if I made all these videos and was like, Mookie Betts is great, you got to get his cards, and like I only have like one of his cards, how much of a jackass do I look like?
Right.
Like, dude, you're preaching from the pulpit, buy the fucking card. Like, so I was just like, I got to get this card. But then the dealer at the Philly show just irritated me so much because at the time, that card was not selling for the price that he was asking, at least raw. So he was basically asking a PSA 10 price for a raw card.
Yeah.
And I was just like, dude, I could get a PSA 10 for that off the internet. Like, I don't want to be a dick. I understand you have I understand you have costs at the show. I'm willing to pay $90, which is like $30 above what the
What's an Arenado paper 10 going for these days? That's still about $100.
I'm not sure.
Like
I got one for 20 at a card show. Mike always rings my head over it.
Dude, I got mine for $33. I don't know. I think probably just was like, yeah, that seems like a good buy right now. And that was 2 years ago. I mean, but even and I'm not talking Chrome even. I'm just saying like that's probably one of the most undervalued.
It is because he plays for the Rockies. That's why. Funny story. I paid more for a PSA 6 of that Arenado to send to Pepino Man than I did for the 10 like 2 years ago. Because Pepino Man wants to do the numerical rainbow of Nolan Arenado.
He's got the 1, which means like literally
he put a pinhole through.
He had to just put a pinhole through to get it right.
He's got a 1. He's got a 6, 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, he's gonna have to buy raw and like create his own like ding a corner like I don't know how you try to get a 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah, he's screwed now though because PSA's all of a sudden wants to do like 8.5s and 7.5s and these half grade shit. So I'm like, dude, you're gonna be doing this numerical rainbow for a decade.
And by the time he completes it, 2.5s will be like $300 probably.
Most likely.
Always a possibility.
Dude, we got to get some of you guys to Philly shows though. Philly dealers, man, they're special.
I'm probably the most realistically like able to get there, and my dad and I have talked about it at some point, just never made it happen. But I want to meet the Wheelman. Is the Wheelman? Is he a Philly show guy?
Wheelman doesn't set up at the Philly show. He sets up at the mall shows.
Oh, he's a mall guy.
Yeah, he's a mall man, and oh man, I've had so many great encounters with him. I tried to buy. Well, I told you about the Austin Meadows. I didn't tell Dave and Steve about it, but I wanted to buy an Austin Meadows card to send to Bob Lewis. It was a tier 1. It's one of the golds. I think it's numbered out of 15 or 20. And this guy, the wheel guy, as I call him, he doesn't put prices on cards, so it's all negotiating. And Austin Meadows is not like an expensive card or by any stretch of the imagination. So like his cards are relatively cheap. So I was like, "Hey, how much for the Austin Meadows?" And he's like, "Listen, buddy, I got a good deal for you. I'll give it to you for $80 cash, no questions asked." So I'm like, that seems a little steep. I was just like, I don't know if I could do that. So I was looking at other cards at the table, but like he's kind of like an aggressive dealer. Like he doesn't want the customer to walk away. He wants to make a sale. So he's like, well, you know what? I'll do it for the last eBay comp. So I was just like, okay, well, what's the last eBay comp? So he pulls out his phone and he's looking on eBay. And then he's like, all I hear is a very, very, very loud, audible, "That's bullshit." So I'm like, what's wrong? And then he's like, "Look at this." And then he pulls up the eBay comp, and there was 3 that sold. One sold for $4. One sold for like $7 free shipping, and then one sold for like $3.50, $4.99 shipping. And they were all auctions. None of them were buying now. So like I kind of felt bad because it was like awkward since he asked for $80. So I was just like, well, it's an auction. Maybe it was a slow day.
Maybe it was a Tuesday night auction.
So he's like, I'll tell you what, man, you're a good customer and all, but I'd rather burn the fucking card and sell it for $5. He's like, there's no way I'm selling it for $5. I could go to the food court and buy a chicken sandwich for more money than this card. He's like, so no deal. I'm like, no, I completely understand. I was like, I wasn't going to offer you $5 for the card. So I calmed him down. I bought a couple couple value box cards, and I bought a couple. That was the time I bought the Juan Soto. I bought a Juan Soto on card autograph for him for guess how much? $50. He wanted 80 for Austin Meadows, but 50 for Juan Soto. What the fuck?
Yeah, that don't make sense.
Somebody wasn't doing their research.
So I bought those. So I bought those cards, and we calmed them down. Meanwhile, Mike Go and Ray from Philly are like running for the hills, watching me deal with this guy. But it's fun, man. It's an experience. It's a ton of fun to do these. Wheelman's awesome. But what was it? He was not at the last show, so I didn't see him. But I bought a couple cards off of him in the October show. I thought I got a good deal and everything. I bought like a couple Bieber cards, the Shane Bieber rookies, and I bought I think it was like a Lou Bob or a Vlad Guerrero rookie. And I go home and I check the card. It was scratched as shit. Like 3 of them were scratched the hell. I'm like, oh fuck, these wouldn't even get a PSA 7. I'm like, Wheel Guy got me this time, but it's okay. It's a learning experience. Yeah. Sometimes I don't look. Sometimes I won't closely inspect value box cards, but like, sometimes you gotta check. I got taken to the woodshed that time, so he won that. He won that time.
Yes, Carlos, that was Ed's whole motive was to get the reference to the chicken sandwich in the podcast.
Carlos,
a week later.
Ask Mike Go. True story. Legit. 100%. That's why I love card shows like that. Now, because like there's so many personalities dealer wise. Like there's like some like stereotypes for the dealer. Like you get the one old dealer who goes by the Beckett, who will never budge on price. You get like the young dealer who just like wants to make some sales. You get like the middle-aged dealer who's like wary of people who come up to his table trying to steal shit. Like try to get cards for like bottom prices. He's like very firm on price. Then you have the guy who just wants to move inventory. Then you have usually the wax guy who just is selling sealed wax. Then you have
I want to find the Beckett guy and have like 90s Jordan inserts. I'll pay those prices all freaking day long.
Then you have the one guy who has like terrible prices. You're like, is this like this guy's pricing his cards like it's like 1999 or like 1980, like the height of the hobby or whatever. But then when like you like try to
for like
he like slap, yeah, he like slap like the one guy he has like an Eric Lindros, the upper deck rookie where he's batting for the Blue Jays. He wants like $100 for it. I'm like, bro, like,
listen, I've got there are at the flea market that's every Saturday. They've got 91, 92 like pro set Penguin team sets for like $15. You know what I mean? They're the whole set isn't worth $1.
Right?
Not even like the Lemieux. I wouldn't even pay a quarter for the Lemieux. It's
Mike brings up a great point. There's a guy that's near wheel guy, and he's like the chaotic dealer. Like there's no organization, there's no showcase. It's just stacks of cards, piles of cards in penny sleeves. No top loaders, no mags, no showcase to display the cards. And you could go through these cards and there might be like, okay, penny card, $50 card, $50 card, $100 card, penny card, or quarter card. It's chaotic. Chaos is a ladder with that guy.
Yeah.
It's fun, man. I love it.
I haven't been to a card show in over a year, man. I mean, since National, I haven't been. So
I'm not a fan of the haggling. We brought that up earlier. I'll do it, but I know there's one, I think, in 2011 at Chicago National. They had a 6 auto out of 2006 Ultimate. It was like Lester, Hamels, Wainwright, maybe Verlander, Johnson, and Taylor Buchholz, maybe somebody shitty on that last part. And it was numbered to 10. I'm like, okay, I don't have this one. I'm like, I want it. And guy with me is like, what are you gonna offer? I'm like, I want to see what he has the price at, because he didn't have a price. Which, if you're at a card show, price your fucking cards. It's gonna help in the long run. I'm not playing the guessing game. It's not 1980s game show.
Price is right, Dave.
Oh, the price was not right on that day. So I asked him, I said, well, how much do you want for that? He's like, oh, I don't know. I was thinking about 500. I thought my jaw went through the floor of the fucking building, because I'm like, what? He's like, well, it's got Verlander on it. I'm like, yeah. Well, it's numbered to 10. I'm like, I'm at probably like 125, 150. He's like, well, how much would you have offered? I'm like, maybe 150 tops. He's like, oh yeah, we're way off. I'm like, I know.
What's this we stuff? You're way off.
We're not talking together anymore. So we're splitting up this. And the guy's like, yeah, I couldn't believe you didn't take his offer of 500. I'm like, yeah, you're fucking stupid. And he was laughing. I'm just gonna stick to the Frank Thomas stuff. I'll go in those value boxes and pick up the inserts that were like 3 for 10 or whatever. And like, yeah, it's tough. I like to do it only if you start building the rapport and you actually find out the dealer isn't just a dipshit, which is always very hard, because a lot of them think, again, their stuff is plated in 24 karat gold. I'm like, yeah, it's nice stuff, but guess what? Unless you got the Jordan Jambalaya or Duncan Go Nuts or something like that, don't have these inserts priced at like $200 or prices that would have been perfect for when the stuff came out. Like, nobody cares. Nobody's going to pay that. And if they do, let me know where they're at because I've got more where that came from. But yeah, I dread, and it's like a 50-50. I dread and eagerly anticipate whenever I can get up to Canada with Steve and we go to an expo and we buy all these hockey cards, how the negotiating process will go up there. Because we'll have that American money in our briefcases where they've got that low end Canadian money in the loony.
USD.
You gotta wear a suit though.
I know. Oh, don't worry about that.
My passport's expired.
Just
We'll
run over,
do it.
just hop the border.
Yeah.
I made sure it expired. No, it's still good for 7 years.
What I try to do, Dave, I like bundling. That's kind of like my like bread and butter. I like to bundle. I'd be like, hey, if I get both of these 2 cards or I get these 3 cards, like what price will you give me? That's kind of like my strategy. What I do, I get what you're saying though. Like it's so disrespectful. I feel like to like just lowball the dealer.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not there to fucking do that. Like because they're setting up, they're paying for the table. They got like overhead costs. I'm not going to be like, hey, that card that you have listed for $100, I'll give you $10. Like
I listed a 34 card base card Kobe Bryant lot on eBay today. A 5-day auction. I start all of them at 99 cents, free shipping. Right. There was 1 second-year Topps Chrome and 2 third-year Topps Chromes, and then just like some other no rookies, but they were all like second, third, fourth-year cards. Within like 6 hours, it was at like $10.50 of a 5-day auction, and somebody sent me, hey, $60, right? An offer of $60, which I don't have offers turned on, so they just direct message you like, hey, will you take this? I'm like, I have no offers turned on for a reason. You know what I mean? Because like I don't know how. Maybe I'm making a mistake and it'll sell for $40. You know what I mean? But something like I know Kobe's market, and I think I can get more than 60. So I'm like willing. Like the reason I'm doing the auction is because I don't know what kind of like money it could get, and I'm willing to like roll the dice and see what I'll get. But I'm not a haggler either, man. Like I price stuff to sell. Like if you looked at something I was listing, and then you looked at eBay comps, you would see it's below all of that. And I'm not like patting myself on the back, but like if I'm listing something, I want it to sell as quick as possible. I don't want it to sit up there. Usually I'm like, it's because I need money like within an hour, or not. I'm being ridiculous, but like I need it now, and then I want it to sell. Like I'll put a LeBron rookie up there that are selling for $150. I don't care about LeBron. I'll put it for $120, and so I know it's going to sell like that. I don't. If you're trying to lowball me like on an already good
deal,
like I got no time for you whatsoever, and I can get along with anybody, and I don't know. I feel like it's like when you're crossing the line of like trying to like take advantage of me, like you think I'm an idiot. Come on, keep it moving.
It's your money. You need it now, JG Wentworth. Yeah, again, like times when if there's something you really want, like let's say at a show, I'll make the exception to try to go back and forth, but I won't sit there if he's high or she's high and she or he are literally high. It's like, why waste the time? I mean, usually there's a bunch of tables you can look at. If you see something, you're like, okay, that's something I'd like to get. If it's something you really want, I don't know. I've yet to really the one that example I just brought up. That's the one I think of, because again, that's the only time I really have seen a Josh Johnson at a show that I didn't have.
But don't you know that, like, as like as informed as you are about his checklist, when you see it a Josh Johnson that you don't have, and you know it's one that you haven't seen and you might not see again, like you're gonna jump on it. I don't know. It's those like those fringe, like maybe numbered to 50 or 100 or 25. Cars not even numbered to 100. Like they're pretty available. Like you can find those on eBay, but you get under 50 sometimes with certain players. It gets tough.
Mm-hmm.
Or even a guy like that, where like people might have some premium Josh Johnson, but they think, why? Who's collecting? Not this is not a knock on you, but it's like who's collecting Josh Johnson? Why would I list that on eBay? And it's just sitting in somebody's box somewhere. He's been lowballing me. He's been throwing me lowball offers for 3 years now. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear that before. It's like, well, who are you looking for? And you start listing the guys. Josh Johnson, the old. I'm like, yeah. Well, we have a few cards.
Not Josh Beckett, Josh Johnson.
Yeah, it's like, you play for the Marlins, right? I'm like, yeah. I can couple cards of his. I'm like, again, unless it's like a super fractor or something to 5 or less. I mean, I'm probably.
I'm not gonna lie. When you were Josh Johnson 55, I thought your name was Josh Johnson, and you like were 55 in Pee Wee football or something. Then there actually is a real player. Hey, at least you don't collect Russ Davis, right?
Or Andy Van Slyke.
Dude, I would collect Van Slyke. He's got one of these, so he's got the red die cut. That's a pretty sweet. But he's got a 93 finest refractor I've been looking at. There's one on eBay right now for like $79. Like, I really want a 93 finest refractor, and a Pirate is probably one that I can afford, but my options are like Kevin Young, Dre Beck, Tim Wakefield, Andy Van Slyke, Jay Bell. Of that crew, I would say Van Slyke would be the one that I would want to go after. So we'll see one day, maybe. If I have really nothing else to spend money on, maybe I'll get one.
He's got a select, like a 93 insert. I can't remember that Doofix.
One of the, I think they had like one for like stars, and then they had a set for rookies or something, right?
There was that, and they had like the pictures were like the diamond with the silver foil or silver Doofix. In the middle was red, and I can't remember it.
Oh, I have to. There's a 90. I think it's 93 upper deck. It's like on deck or something. I think the insert set's called like on deck. But like it's Andy Van Slyke, and the picture is like him like this, like, and on the back of the card, it basically is just kind of a whole. Just talk amongst yourself. I'm gonna find it real quick.
I was gonna say now he's gonna go look for it. You're being called out in the comments there, Ed.
I didn't even know he had a Phillies autograph card. That's pretty mind-blowing. I gotta look for that for the obscure Phillies PC. You ever have this problem? This is like a real problem at the National. Like, especially if you're on a budget and you don't have the Phil's Pulls school of bank accounts to deal with. But if you're going to the National on like a budget, it's so friggin' hard to not spend all your money in like 10 minutes by going into that. Like, I don't know if that's like self-control is like so hard when you go to the National, because like you'll go to like 3 tables and you'll just I want to buy that, I want to buy that, I want to buy that. It's like so hard, like control yourself, walk around, and like make a sweep first and then buy the cards. But like in Chicago, like when I went, I did a pretty good job of that in Cleveland and Atlantic City. But when I went to Chicago, it was just like, oh man, I gotta buy. I'm just like, dude, I'm gonna blow through my budget in like 2 hours that I have for like 4 days. Slow the fuck down.
It's gonna be. Everybody says how if then next year's national happens will be great. If the fucking market keeps up the way it's been, everybody's budget better be like $5,000, and that's gonna be like some value boxes because shit isn't gonna be cheap. You're gonna have like mosaic value boxes where like undrafted rookies are like $25. I mean, it's not to be the harbinger of bad news, but unless something drastically happens in the market, it's not like we can go through those value boxes and be like, "Oh man, wow, what a great price on something." It's be like, no, this A-Rod Allen and Ginter bat from like 2018 is going to be like $15, and you're like, I thought these were supposed to be value boxes. What happened? And that's what I get nervous about thinking about that, because again, it's like, okay, yeah, it's gonna be so awesome to see everyone. Nobody's gonna be able to fucking afford any cards.
No. That's why I said we gotta get suits and briefcases and suit up to go to this shit. You know,
So,
kind of a maybe like kind of a crazy question, but is there a possibility that the National sells out? Like the VIP tickets packages sell out, the super VIP sell out, general admission sold out. You can't get in. You can't walk up. The days of walking up to the National and just buying a ticket at the door, because that's what I do. I just go up and buy a ticket at the door. I don't buy my tickets ahead of time. Do you think those days could potentially be over? Because I really feel if like everything goes good COVID-wise and we get the vaccine and everything, I think the next National that they hold is just going to be wall-to-wall people. It's just going to be fucking crazy.
yeah.
Do you think they would ever cap attendance?
Well, the only way they do that is if they got to the limit of what could be held in said venue. That would be the only way that they could limit the attendance.
That's kind of what I thought. Okay.
It would have to be at capacity.
Like a fire marshal type of number or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I remember in the 90s, like, didn't the National draw like almost like 40,000 people or something? Like their record attendance, like their biggest ever attendance, I think was around that number. Like in the like glory days of the hobby.
Well, the only thing is though, is if numbers continue to increase as far as attendance perspective, they're going to have to start finding bigger venues.
You have to go
I
to
mean,
like
that's
football stadiums or.
I mean, something. Convention centers, I mean, they hold up to, 15,000 people, 10, 15, 20,000 people, depending on the city. So, I mean, it's meant to hold a crap ton of people, but that would be the only way that they could limit attendance is if it gets to capacity.
Because I know Chicago last year, like the setup for Chicago was really cool. As someone who's never been to the Chicago National, that was my first time going there last year. I thought it was pretty damn cool. And they even, like, I was told by other people who have gone to Chicago before, they actually opened like a separate like area to fit more dealers into like get more space to like herd people around. So like there's more space for people to go. And I thought last year, like it was packed. It was pretty damn busy. And it was just like hobbyists and collectors. And now with 2020, like all the new people that are in the hobby, it's just like, dude, like I think this might like break records or like it might sell out. I mean, most of the hotels are already sold out, and it's like it's not even 2021. Like usually hotels sell out in the springtime, typically.
Yeah.
Did you find it, Bob?
I did not, but it basically on the back, it was like a little questionnaire or like pose questions to like a kid almost, like, what would you tell a like, your advice to like a young kid or whatever, and it's the most absurd advice. It's like, and it's like I would grow up and become a conservative Republican.
What?
And then it's like, what do you, or who's your favorite player? Who's the best player or whatever? And he's like, me. It's just one thing after another that you would not want your like 8-year-old son like in the little league like caring about it all.
Good night, Joe.
Right.
Joe.
Not like budgeting or like balancing the budget or. But it's so random for a baseball card, and then to have him on the front, like
like chastising or something.
I did find this card though.
Twitter better not find that card. They're going to end Andy Van Slyke's career.
Look at that dude.
Good boy.
That guy played basketball.
For how long?
Dang. San Diego. What team did they have?
Let's say it again.
San Diego basketball? What San Diego basketball team? I have no idea. But
Clippers?
yeah, it just looks like
What is that's the 50s, isn't it? Is that a 50s or early 60s?
what is this?
Because it's like a tall boy or whatever.
71.
Okay, so early 70s.
I think MP Fox sent me that bad boy. I was like, oh my God. It's one of my favorite cards.
Ricky.
Second year Ricky. I feel like, and actually the one vintage card I'm looking at is a 76 Nolan Ryan. It's mainly just because of the picture is him, like his hat's kind of like off his head, and he just looks pissed off. Like he either was just pulled from a game or just had a bad, you know what I mean? Like there's so many. His picture, his face is so expressive. And he's in the dugout. He's like kind of like he's got his head cocked. I just feel like those kind of like there's photography or images on on sports cards that are like manufactured, and then there's ones that are just like candid shots. And I feel like that's a good example. Like this is a good example, and I feel like that Nolan Ryan's a good example too.
The Rodney McRae.
the Rodney McRae for sure. Wait, I want to say this is one of my ones. Oh, where the heck is it? I just found this one.
Bob, do you have any Tommy Maddox cards?
I got Tommy Gunn. Yeah, he was in the high series for Tops, 92 Tops. And I got some of them bad boys.
XFL Beast.
MVP, this card right here. This is the obviously the reprint refractor version, but that picture of Unitas in the 1960 Tops, he just looks like an insane man in that picture. So sometimes I don't have to like even like the player. Well, I think I was on here. I showed that 94 Tops Michael Jackson for the Browns. Like that football card it's just such a great picture. Like I hate the Browns, but like you got the ref in the background, like just enough that you can see him, like giving the touchdown and Michael Jackson. He's got like the black face shield on, and he's like he's in the middle of a touchdown celebration, but just like the perspective of the shot, the framing of it all, just like, that's a cool card to me, and that's something worth enjoying and appreciating, even though there's no monetary value to it. It's not even like a team that I collect. Just kind of like proof to me, like I can still look at this collection and find things to like about it that I might not have considered 20, 30 years ago. And just another, there's so many different ways to enjoy the hobby that don't cost a bunch of money. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Just enjoying the collection and finding new things to like about it because I can't seem to add much to it these days.
Well, you can.
I did actually. I sent Dave. I found a Curtis Martin Finest Refractor unpeeled. I paid under $8 for it shipped to my house. So
Damn.
it's usually like a $25 card. Got to look out for those Monday night auctions sometimes. It's weird, but it's true.
I like the ones that end in the middle of the day.
Yeah, on like a Wednesday at 3 p.m.
Or those that end at like 1 or 2 in the morning. Because I'll set my alarm to those.
So do you guys do snipe bidding?
No.
Right.
I
If I
usually-
want to buy it, I'm paying attention to it. Right?
I put my best shot in with like 3 seconds to go. If I lose, hey, I gave my best shot.
But you do wait until the end. It's not like, okay.
Oh yeah, I wait until the end.
So like, I'm willing to spend $100 on this card. There's 3 hours left in the auction, and it's at $40. It's midnight. I'm tired. I'm gonna just put in my $100 bid right now and go to bed, or you're gonna like wait and put that in at the last minute because maybe I'll go to 125 if I like put in my $100 bid and it gets rejected.
No, what you got to do is go to Dunkin' Donuts, get a nice coffee, Boston cream donut, wait the 4 hours, and then put your bid in.
Yeah,
For something like that, I set the alarm.
I've done all of the above, and with varying degrees of success. So nothing has worked. Nothing has been foolproof for me yet.
My exquisite quad patch auto 101 of Terrell Davis was on a 2:30 auction or whatever that I went to bed and I set my alarm clock and I made sure I set it for like half an hour before the auction ended so I could actually be up and cognizant and awake because I wasn't going to miss it.
Listing that card that doesn't consider that, or for a while I was only listing on Sundays between like 8 and 10 p.m. because like that's when I wanted my auctions to kind of end,
That sounded like me. Between 7 and 9 Central Time is when I would usually post mine on Sunday.
Yeah, because by that time, most people on the West Coast are home from work, or at least have an opportunity to bid. Like, and people on the East Coast, they're not having to stay up past midnight to put a bid in or something. So, I don't know. Nothing's foolproof. I've had a good year selling, that's for sure. I looked at a video from I forget who I was filming this to, but like a pickup video from January, and I don't even there's half of the cards I don't even have anymore because I bought them in January. They were some basketball cards, and I don't even have them anymore because the markets went nuts on basketball. I'm like, I like that card, but I don't need it for 10x. Like I hear 10x, I'm selling.
I did that too. I did that on a couple cards.
You have to.
And
I mean,
I'm
you have to do what you want, but I had to.
That whole that whole Fernando Tatis rookie debut shenanigans that was going on, that was like one of the dumbest things I've seen in a while in the hobby. I could not understand that. Like the PSA 10 at one point was like $200. I'm like, it's a rookie debut. Like it should not be $200
because it was portrait.
Yeah, because it was him batting, but still, it's a rookie debut from a product that was released like 6-7 months ago. So I was just like, well, the hell with this. I'm going to sell it.
That's a great rookie card in my opinion. I don't care that it's horizontal.
Yeah,
that's a great.
That's a refractor, man. You got to get that graded.
It is, man. Look, it's in the semi-rigid, man.
Yeah, it's ready to go for grading.
Send that baby in.
But the dude is coming over this week sometime, and we got to go through about 300 semi-rigids to pick out 25 to get graded.
Pick wisely, Bob. Pick wisely.
Well,
I think about the pink refractor of that.
what is it?
The pink Tatis.
Yeah, I got the pink. I sold the pink regular. I had the pink update somewhere.
There was a lot to be nervous about those selling cards in 2020, though, because the person that bought my Tatis, I always check who buys my cards. Like, I'm like, okay, let's see their feedback. Let's see the feedback they leave for other people, and let's see if they're selling anything. So I do that with everyone who was buying a card off me. And the guy who bought the Tatis off me, he was selling sneakers and like Lysol wipes. I'm like, oh fucking hell, this guy's gonna not this when this thing bottoms out, which I know it's going to bottom out because it's a rookie debut. This crumb's probably going to start something on PayPal, but sure enough, I got lucky. I guess nothing happened, and that card in the PSA 10, I think right now it's like $70, and I sold mine in the summertime for like $175.
What's that Carson Wentz optic PSA 10 doing these days?
Probably like peanuts now, dude. His value is so super low. I sold like 2 of my optics of Carson Wentz. Just because I'm like, I watch this guy all the time. He's coming off an injury. These prices just do not make any sense. And I told a couple people, because I was following the card, because I was looking into picking his stuff up. I'm like, he's just coming off injury. His stuff should be cheap. He's probably a good buy low person to get some more of his stuff into my collection. And then I was looking at the prices, and I'm just like, why are these cards rising?
Because everybody else had that same thought. And they were like, let me buy his stuff.
Well, I was talking to Philmonton about it. I'm like, dude, there's something going on here. There's either a buyer's group or some social influencer charlatan is pumping this guy because the prices do not make sense. It was so illogical. Like his Donruss optic, you know, Bob, because you had the card. That in a PSA 10, that was like $30.
I couldn't give it away for $28. It was listed.
You tried selling it, you tried selling it a few times, couldn't give it away. And then I'm like, his prism was $100. That's it. That's what it was. I'm like, at one point that was almost $1,000, and he didn't do anything since he got concussed, and that nothing has changed from when the 100. Like it made no fucking sense. It made no sense.
Well, you said it. It wasn't as a result of play or any merit of any kind. It was somebody mentioned it. Some influencers put some speculation.
It had to be. Somebody was doing something with his.
So, how do you feel about David Carr's market? Because I know somebody that really is high on David Carr. Derek Carr.
I'm like,
on David Carr's market.
He's out of the league, I'm pretty sure.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
He's like a model now, though, right? But no, Derek Carr, yeah. Dave had sent me a link to Vegas Dave and his Derek Carr collection.
His $1 million Derek Carr collection or whatever.
Derek Carr, he's cornered the market, he says. It's like, that's like, whose market?
He's like a mid-tier quarterback.
Cornered and not like nobody cares that you've cornered that market.
Should have cornered the Patty Mahomes market there, Mr. Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody should have.
Yeah, but this guy is acting like he's like the guru of like sport card investments. Like, dude, I'm the master. I'm never wrong. Well, if you're never wrong, why didn't you pick Patty Mahomes? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, if you got that kind of money, though,
Can you imagine how many Patty Mahomes were sold for? I'm sure Mike O probably sold some Patty Mahomes in his auctions at some point for dollars.
I was the dope that was like, I'm not going to buy a single. I'm going to pack pull one and get it graded. And like, do you know how many optic blasters, rat packs, and megas I opened of Optic from that year.
I opened a ton and I only got one, and
I never got one. I'm like, Panini must have not printed. This card must be like a short print or some shit, because law of averages, I should have pulled one. Like, this makes no sense. And they were from like Blowout. They were from Dave and Adams, reputable sellers on eBay. I'm like, this is just, it's not meant to be, I guess.
I finally got one. It's the last one I'm hanging on to.
Yeah. One of the few years the last few years I didn't bother to, buy a few sets that included rookies and stuff, because that's
Andrew Knapp.
one thing I miss.
Balmain 51 got a rookie relic for $5. Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's crazy. Like I said, the 1 year. Let's see. I was trying to think what was the last year of Chrome?
2015.
Thank you. So that was the last set, last year of which I actually bought sets. Dumb. Missed out on some good rookie classes. Just dumb.
Yeah, but right. Life goes on.
Yep. It's one of those. That's kind of when I wasn't even really looking at stuff, though, during that time.
That's one of the things I wonder about, though, going back to maybe like Carson Wentz. I wonder what the people, we'll say like the new collectors maybe, or like the new speculators or whatever, the people coming into the hobby that bought that Carson Wentz Prism for like $900 to $800. Like, I wonder what they're thinking right now.
FML.
Yeah, like, I hate this hobby. This shit's a scam or something like that. Like, it sucks because they're going to get a negative. Like, and that could go. That's just not. That doesn't apply to Carson Wentz. That applies to
it didn't hurt so bad when I invested in like Travis Fryman and he didn't like pan out. You know what I mean? Like, or Raul Mondesi or Carlos Baerga. Like, I can deal with those losses.
Like,
not when you're investing hundreds. You know what I mean? If Shaq ended up being like a bust, I think I might not even be here, because like we were all in. You know what I mean? And if he pulls a Greg Oden or something, and we would sort of be looking around at each other like, what the heck just happened? I don't know.
Well, always a valid point. But then again, Dave has multiple collections of wasted.
Yeah. Let's go down the
throwing
list.
money out the window.
Josh Johnson, Josh McClown,
Dennis Northcutt,
Bobby Abreu. Well, Bobby's a good player.
He has some other good ones.
guy?
He's got Frank Thomas, 90s stuff. He's got Piazza, 90s stuff. The Wah and the Brodeur stuff is definitely his better choices as of late.
Hall of Fame patch autos numbered to 25 or less, or patches, anything numbered to 25 or less.
I'm trying to think. There's another one. Shit, I can't think of it.
Jason Morrow.
Mike Sims Walker.
Mike Sims. Oh, no, it was another football player.
Well, that was him. He played for Jacksonville.
You were doing Dougie Martin there for a while.
Did you play Mark Sanchez?
No.
Manny did. I think Manny had a bunch of Mark Sanchez.
Okay. And I know
Junior
Smith.
I know 06 is that Vince? Is that Vince?
Terry Collins.
Vince Young, and Matt Leinart.
Yep. And Bush.
Reggie Bush. What a rookie class that is, man. Wow.
And Jay Cutler. Yeah, I crashed and burned on that. That's the only year Topps Chrome rookie autograph set I put together. Boy, was I wrong.
90s. I was bummed initially that I didn't get much 97 football product, and now I'm not so bummed because they didn't really have much going for them. I think it was Jim Drunkenmiller was like, I think I was chasing his cards.
Early on, yeah, but you have Warwick Dunn, Tony Gonzalez,
Corey Dillon. Yeah, Gonzalez wasn't in Ultra. He wasn't in some of the products.
He was in Ultra.
Was he?
Yep, I got one.
James
Tiki Barber, Rondé Barber, Derek Mason.
He's not a Hall of Famer, right?
Rondé.
Tiki Barber now.
They're not, but they're still.
And then plus
Jason Taylor.
Those inserts and those parallels, that's the PMG year, so.
Jake Plummer was 97, right?
Yep.
Yeah, what about 1999 with my boy number 5?
Donovan McNabb.
Donovan McNabb, baby.
Cole Pepper. Torrey Holt.
Dave, you collect any Donovan McNabb?
I've got a couple. I go back and look at like the numbered stuff. Just like if I want to get any rookies, I want to get like the SPA, the SPX, the Fleer Showcase, the Fleer Focus, just the numbered stuff. But then again, I get outbid and I'm like, fuck it, I'm not even gonna bother.
Mike,
because he had such a good run here in Minnesota.
I prefer the Chrome version of that card. Just throwing that out there. Jake the Snake.
I'd like the refract.
Well, if you're gonna go, then yes, that would be the one to go with. But we're talking base cards, not parallels, Dave.
Natron Means is another PC I had.
I think it was 1998. I remember I think it was either Bomine or
Bomine.
Or it might have been, I forget what it was. It was, I want to say it was Bowman, but anyway, I remember that was the one year we finally pulled the number 1 rookie, and it was Tim Couch.
Oh,
that was the one year I remember getting I pulled a bunch of his cards, and then 3 years later,
Couch was 99.
99. That's right, because I was chasing for McNabb.
You were chasing for this guy.
Yeah, I was chasing for that. That makes sense.
Yeah. 98, Peyton and Moss. Big ones from 98. Rod Wilson.
I think the two best from 99 are probably Champ Bailey and McNabb's pretty damn good. And
Ricky Williams wasn't horrendous.
Yeah, he was pretty decent.
Cole Pepper didn't do too bad.
I think Reggie Wayne was 99 too.
2001.
Oh, shit. He was?
Mm-hmm. Same year as Breeze.
And LT.
Torrey Holt was 99.
Torrey Holt was 99, yep.
Edrin James was 99.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember buying a ton of them.
It was 99.
Dave throwing out the random names. Brunel.
Yep.
I got one of those.
Rob Conrad was 99.
Conrad.
Really, Dave?
I remember pulling him in I don't know how many of those stupid Collector's Edge products. I mean, it was every time I opened a pack, it seemed he was there. I'm like, oh, a white fullback from Syracuse playing for the Dolphins. Yep, there's a winner.
Here's another 97 guy. Orlando Pace.
I got a pretty rare McNabb. Hold on, let me go grab it.
Big boy.
Big boy.
What year was Trung Kennedy?
Oh, 97. James Ferrier.
What was that, Dave?
2000.
Was he 2000? I couldn't remember if he was 99 or a little bit later.
That was another guy I collected a bunch of because he went to Arizona with Northcutt. So
Is that
both worked out wonderfully.
Amon Green.
Amen to Amon.
yeah?
Let's see some Peyton. Let's see a Peyton.
I got a Peyton.
I remember I wanted to collect John Avery so hardcore in '98, and that's why I should have gotten away from collecting players at the end of the '90s. I should have been like, you know what? I'm not really hitting on anyone. It should be common sense by now. Just pick out what you like. No, I had to wait another like 17, 16 years or whatever it is, and finally figured it out.
Yeah, well, it happens. But you collected what you wanted to and what you enjoyed.
Yeah, if I would have been smart, I could have collected stuff that was great, not spent half as much on it, and still could have picked up the John Avery rookies now for pennies on the dollar.
That is true. That is true.
All right, this is probably my rarest McNabb rookie. This is, I'm sure you'll know what it is.
Oh, Fleur Mystique. Is that the gold?
Yeah, it's numbered right there at the bottom. There you go. You can see it there. Numbered out of 2499. How tough were these to pull back in the day?
Tough.
Yeah.
The regular golds weren't. I think you got one or two a box, I think, but the rookie golds were tough.
Yeah, they're nice.
That's a nice one.
I like when they had like the rookies serial numbered within the set.
Well, 98 is what started it all.
I wish I had the Peyton like that.
Yeah, don't we all?
That's not a bad one there if that's Freddie.
That is Freddie. I had some sick Freddies. Just the refractor. I can't really see it here, but like those were two nice Freddies that I was like, But,
yeah, that was another regret not buying any 98 SP Authentic when it first came out.
Yeah,
because that would have been worth the price of the box.
Is that his only rookie? John Lynch?
Maybe.
He doesn't have a lot.
I don't know if he had a Bowman or not.
We got any Cordell Stewart shine?
Do I have Cordell Stewart shine?
Oh yeah,
I'm sure I got some. Well, he's in his own. He's in. He might actually be in the safety deposit box. There you go. There's Gus Farrat for your Denver Broncos.
I think I have that card too, Bob.
Orlando Scary.
I think I have that one too.
Oh, there's your Natron Means. Who said him earlier? Dave?
I had it seems like everybody, football-wise, I tried to collect Natron and then Northcutt. I had some other guy going against me just like as stupid as I was. So bidding up like Pacific inserts to like 78 or 94. I mean, they're going for like $35 for Natron. And I'm like, this isn't working out well. I got to figure out somebody else. Let me collect Northcutt when he comes out. Well, now this idiot Browns fan that eventually I worked out deals with. I mean, they're bidding, I think, the SPX Spectrum and then the Topps Rookie Premier Photo Shoot both to 25. Those are consistently going over like $95 for Northcutt. I'm just like, I can't hoard these because I'm spending like $100 a pop on this garbage, and something else will come up, and I want to get that too. And you sell like a card to sort of offset it, and Gotta collect the teams that nobody gives a shit about.
In hopes that you don't have any competition.
Yeah. Go back and buy Charles Rogers cards for the Lions.
Still waiting on that Peyton, Bob.
So, stadium.
I love that year for Stadium Club. That was so nice.
There you go. Ultra.
Ultra was nice too.
That's the Thunder.
I remember pulling that one.
Yeah, that's a tough card in it. To get graded. These are this isn't
I was going to say major condition sensitive.
prime rookies, and then Field of Vision, Donruss Elite, Acetate. See the finger?
Yep, we see the finger, Bob.
That's a Dave thing. That's an homage. I have a Chrome rookie. It's actually my laptop's sitting on the box that's in there. So. I think I might still have a Bowman actually. I think I'm gonna get that one graded.
Oh, we talked about this. It's Bao Ming. Like Lomi.
Not to be confused with Yao Ming.
Bohmein. Bao Ming.
Gee.
So now's the time to probably buy Gleyber Torres. Is that what you're saying? With all this like bust and who's hot, who's not. Nobody's talking about him.
Well, him and Chris Bryant. Man, people are down on him. Holy balls.
Invest.
That's my free advice. Invest in Chris Bryant.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a base rookie of his, you should at least get that. I love this card, man. This is the museum collection. Warren Sapp, like, it just has so much.
Oh yeah, I love those parallels.
The Baselli's like that too. Yeah, all the museum collections are great.
And then people don't see that if it's an artist proof, unless you're looking at it and you can tilt the card.
Yeah,
that
little
sort of
corner
obscured there.
This is kind of a cool one. Remember this one? 91 Pro Set. Derek Thomas, but it has the Buffalo Bills logo.
Oh, so it's the uncorrected error.
Yeah. I always like that one.
That's one of the big error cards. It was that one. There's like the Mark Carrier Pro Bowl.
Oh, that's nice. SPX Sean Alexander, rookie.
Yeah.
Damn.
Nice.
Bob's unloaded his portfolio for all to see.
Yeah, right.
And where do you live, Bob? I want to come and just look through all your stuff.
Man, and it's funny you say that. That's sort of how I these rooms I got going here. Like, I want it to be a place that somebody like one of us could come and just sort of get lost and sort of just, go look at whatever you want, because there's shelves here. I just want it to be sort of like an immersion, a complete hobby immersion of whatever. And it's a sanctuary.
I thought you were going to say shrine.
It is a shrine. I mean, my Austin Meadows shrine is back there, but we won't go into that. It's not quite ready yet.
No, that's just an appreciation of the hobby, though, because I mean, I look back in those years, and I bought a few things in '99. I spanned the years up to about 2011. I've purchased something, and looking back on 99 SPX. Sean Alexander was one of the big cards for sure in that set. And, there was always times in which I would always have this vision in my head. I'd like to complete the 99 SPX rookie auto set type thing. And I'd go look and I'd start pricing stuff and I'm like, yeah, no. Now, and this was, 10 years ago. So,
Good night, Paul.
still in 2010. Good night, Paul. So, I mean, most of those guys stopped playing and everything else. But, at the same time, to me, I don't want to call them iconic, but they were very memorable sets for me.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
So just to see some of that.
I got a lot of partial sets over there in those binders. I'm not sure what to do with them. We'll see.
Well, depending on what they are, maybe we can help each other out.
All right. Yeah, there's a little bit of everything over there. So I need to, that's on my to-do list.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, but see, that's what I'm working on now is,
seems like 2020 has been a kind of a big sorting, getting organized type of year. What's been that for me, just kind of watching all the madness unfold, dipping my toe into it here and there, But yeah, I just kind of been sitting back, watching it all happen.
I mean, I wish I could have gone back and instead of spending as much money as what I did on wax for so many years, hobby wax.
Yeah.
And go back and actually spend some of that money on, I don't want to call them iconic, just memorable cards, stuff that, that always comes to my mind. And, even back then, I should have bought my Jordan rookie 20 years ago.
It didn't feel like you couldn't go to a show and be confident that you were going to be able to find like a scoring Kings Jordan. You know what I mean? Like you felt like your only chance to get it was to pull it out of a pack. So you just had to keep buying packs. And eventually, it's like, I don't ever remember, and really until recently coming back into the hobby of like, and I still am not completely there. I mean, I'm kind of forced to be there now where it's like, you're going to spend $40, $60 and buy 2 or 3 blasters when you could just go buy a $60 card that is going to be something that is truly adding to your collection. I'm like, there's so many different schools of thought with that, but like, I get it. Like, and there's times when I'm like really kicking myself, like, why didn't I just go buy the card? But I freaking love opening packs, so I want to like experience that
so many times.
Right. But and now I'm left like, oh, that's cool. I got a low numbered insert or a rare insert, but it's of like, Dominic Brown.
Stud.
Tim Bayabatuka.
Right. It's Chris Fuma Tumafala.
98 rookie.
Yeah, or Amos Zaraway. He was 99 too. Amos Zaraway.
That's like with Prism nowadays, like Prism football or Prism basketball. Like
every
Prism rookie, every Silver Prism rookie, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. And I'm like, not all these guys are going to hit. Like, you're going to have some absolute duds up.
Well, it's like basketball. I mean, there's like at least 12 guys that you should be buying right now, according to investors. But really, out of every class, there's Trey and Luca from like 2 years ago. You got like Tatum. I don't even know anybody else in that class besides him that's like people are actually chasing. So how many, like, should I sell my Darius Baisley Silver Prism right now for $60 or $70 raw, or should I try to like, is he going to be the one of those guys that comes out of that class from 2 or 3 years? I don't know. Will I even care in 2 or 3 years?
Join my Patreon and you'll find all the answers.
I'm heading out, guys. It's 1:15 in the morning here, and I got to take my wife to work in like 6 hours. So
Yeah, it's getting kind of late for Dave too, and for Ed. I forget all you guys. Well, Bob and Ed are on the East Coast, but I know Dave's got to get up early though too.
Yeah, I got to get up in 3.5-ish hours, I think.
Well, dang, man, what the heck? Let me let you go to bed then.
Damn.
So, any closing words, Bob? And then we'll let Ed.
My closing words would be to invest in anything that Ed says, which will follow me next.
I guess my closing words would be good holiday gifts for the hobbyist in your life. eBay gift cards.
So we talked about.
Finally, at 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 34 minutes, the subject at hand was touched.
What one word answer? Then we'll go to the next topic next week.
Nice one, Ed. Nice one.
I had my small list of gift ideas.
Yeah, see, Dave comes prepared. I don't take notes. I just wing it.
I couldn't actually make out anything on that paper. It could have just been like wavy lines on there. Oh, okay. There you go. Gift idea. You know it's a serious list when you underline the list title.
Yeah.
So we've got supplies.
Yeah, like
storage boxes. Yeah, penny sleeves, mags.
Is Z Folio on there anywhere?
It should have been. I forgot to put it on there though.
So I see storage boxes. Or does that say shadow boxes?
Shadow box for like if you have something fancy that you're just like displaying nowhere and hey, put it on the wall instead. Pack blasters, again, stuff if you can find it. Subscription things to like Gixxon, which is a sniping site.
I think
PSA.
the Beckett secondhand Beckett annuals, like that's. I keep forgetting, like I can just go on eBay, like because when I see them new in the store for like $40, $39, I'm like, nah. So get them secondhand, a couple of years old, because really I'm not in it for information on cards within the last couple of years. You know, it's more for '90s and reference.
Yeah. Those are again, they're what, $8 to $12 or something, and it's. You'll use it in that first week of getting it, and it'll be better than whatever they come out with now. Again, it's fun to look just to see how stupid the pricing is, but
yeah,
you're not going to get anything you need.
I think I got all three of mine for under $30. I think.
All right, nice.
And Dr. James Beck automatically has you on the list for the hockey one every year, so you don't have to ever worry about that one.
Okay.
I didn't buy that one.
You don't need to.
He just knows it all.
Yeah, you're the oracle.
Yep. I can quote prices
Where do you
in
think
my
they
sleep.
get all the information from? Like we know.
Carlos. Carlos feeds it to me, and then I feed it to all of you.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you know all this stuff when you take the hobby red pill. When you take the hobby red pill, there's no going back. You can't re-plug back into the matrix.
Sure, I can. They're going to plug me back in.
Ain't no coming back.
Because I know this card is real. I can touch it.
Well, you got anything, Steve?
Nope. Here comes Baby Yoda again.
I want to thank Bob and Ed and Matt for joining us tonight. Invaluable knowledge. Always, Steve and I do like doing it with each other. The podcast.
Wait a minute. Would you like to rephrase that, please?
Steve and I like doing the podcast with each other, but it always helps when other people jump on, and again, we get to sort of intermingle with and collaborate with different people, valuable hobby minds, and just good people. So we thank you for being on and pretty much gutting out the duration, which is always hard for us to do. So again, thank you. And again, anytime people want to be on, you're trustworthy. We know you. We know the type of person you are. We can sort of contour and do things not differently, but we can angle discussions in different directions and see where it goes. But always happy to have you guys on, and Matt as well, and Carlos maybe probably get him back on at some point. So
let me know when Carlos is coming on so I can be prepared with some zingers.
You gotta get Stove back on. I think his contribution was smoking a pipe, and that was it. You gotta get him back on.
He just vaped in the bottom corner and then was like left for like a half hour later.
Yeah, all he did was look down the whole time.
Yeah, we need to get him on earlier.
Yeah, right. Before he gets all floppy.
But I gave him that link, and he just jumped on later. That was, I don't know if he had baby duty or what he had that day, but that's
he's messaged me a couple of times and said sorry for being MIA. I'm like, if there's anybody that understands, your scheduling issues, it's me. So it's all good.
It's called life.
Yeah,
that's right.
It happens.
So with that, until next week, remember, buying cards, adding to the collection, that's great. Where you can show your nipples on other people's podcasts. That's what this hobby's about. Good night, everyone.
You had to stay almost 5 hours for that.